Morning, thank you. Mr. Altman.
Chair, our witness today is Nathan Ring. Thank you.
Stand up and repeat after me. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that
the evidence I shall give
the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
should be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Please sit down.
Your full name, please.
Nathan Dean Ring.
Mr. Ring, first of all, can you confirm, please, that you've made two witness statements
I have, yeah.
for the inquiry, respectively MIL 000002, which in fact is the first of your two statements, and MIL 000001, which is the second of your two statements. Chair, I'll ask for those to be adduced in full.
Indeed, thank you.
Mr. Ring, I see you've got in front of you hard copy files. By all means, have your statements in front of you. We may refer to them from time to time, but you may find it easier to use the documents which come up on screen from time to time. All right?
Yep.
So let's see how we get on. First of all, tell me something about yourself. First of all, when did you start at Brookhouse?
In the summer, it was around the summertime of 2009.
Yeah. As a DCO?
Yes,
Or as an
DCO.
ACO?
As a DCO.
And was that in answer to an advert, or did you get to work there through some other means?
It was sort of through word of mouth. I previously got through the prison system,
Through the...
through to the prison service system,
Yeah.
and I was waiting for sort of like a placement, but a lot of the placements were far too far for me to travel, and I got word of mouth about the Brookhouse, which is obviously a similar area. So
I see. So how far down the road, as it were, of working as a prison officer did you get?
I got through all the process. I was literally just waiting a placement.
So
I've been and done all the assessments and interviews and things like that.
Yeah, not training,
No,
but
no.
you've done all the assessments.
Yeah,
so
I
you
was
were
waiting a placement.
But as you say, because the locations which you might have been posted to were not suited to you, you went for the next option, which was working at Brookhouse. Was that more convenient in terms of locality then?
Yeah.
And what had you done before? What was your occupation before that?
I was in construction.
And so, having commenced in 2009, what training did you undertake?
Well, after starting,
Yeah,
I think it was a 6-week training course.
the initial training course.
Initial training course, yeah, the ITC, which consisted of 1 week, which was first aid, then 1 week control and restraint, and some other bits and pieces in the classroom.
Yeah, but that lasted 6 weeks.
6 weeks in total, and there was I think within that 6 weeks, it was a week of shadowing on the floor.
Yeah. Eventually promoted to a detainee custody manager,
Yeah,
which was when?
I don't recall when exactly it was.
I think you say in one of the paragraphs of your first statement, paragraph 28, around 3 years, after 3 years of working at Brookhouse.
It was after at least 2 or 3 years. Yeah.
So what, 2012-ish?
Yeah.
And you say you made several application attempts.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
Well, I applied for the position of DCM several times.
And why did you not succeed on the previous attempts?
I've no idea.
Did you ask for feedback?
I did, but very little feedback.
Have you got no inkling at all as to why, during several previous attempts to become a DCM, you were unsuccessful?
No, I wasn't given any specific reason.
Can you detect any reason why you were successful eventually, or whether there was any distinction?
I think it's probably experience.
Yeah.
I would have said towards the end.
What did it involve in order to gain promotion from DCO to DCM? What did you have to do in order to get promotion?
There was nothing in particular.
Well, any courses, any exams?
Purely as an ACO or even as an outsider, you just had the interview and that was it.
That was it?
That was it.
And who interviewed you?
At the time, I believe it was either the director or deputy director.
Who was that?
I think it was Derek Milliken at the time.
Derek
Milliken.
Milliken.
Yeah. I believe he was the director, someone from HR, and Nathan Ward from Cedars, because they were Cedars and Tinsley Family Suite, because they were taking on family custody managers as well at the same time.
Yeah. So, as far as you recall, your promotion to DCM from DCO roughly 2012 was simply a question of an interview with 3 people.
Yeah.
And how long did that interview last?
Off the top of my head, probably 45 minutes to an hour.
Do you remember the nature of it, the kind of questions? That
Sort
you
of competency-based questions.
asked? Yeah.
I couldn't remember what the actual questions were, I'm afraid.
Did you have to complete an application form to apply to become a DCM?
Only in the form of a letter that you were interested in the position.
That was it?
Yeah.
So an informal letter, not any formal type of document
No.
you had to complete?
No.
Anyway, roughly 2012, you gained promotion to DCM, and your employment, for reasons we all understand, ended in around September 2017.
September 2017, yeah.
Yeah. I think you tendered your resignation when you realised you'd be subject to disciplinary process.
Yeah.
Now, thinking about the original recruitment process, when you first applied to become a DCO and you did become a DCO, do you think all of that prepared you for the reality of Brookhouse?
No.
Because?
I think the lack, for me, probably the lack of people that had actually done the job recently doing the training. I think, as I say in the statement, the actual second to last week, the week of shadowing on the floor, you get a much better feel for the job and probably learnt a lot more on the floor than you did in the classroom.
So did you feel after the shadowing week, which, as I understand what you're saying, was more beneficial than everything else?
For me personally, yeah.
Yeah, but did you feel that prepared you for the reality of Brookhouse? Even so, even the week shadowing?
Partially.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's only a short snippet and you're only doing a day or two in each area.
Yes.
You don't know where you're going to be based and sort of things you will face on a daily basis.
Well, what you said at your paragraph 8, and I think here you're talking about the obviously the recruitment process for becoming a DCO. You say it didn't prepare me for the role. This is your first statement. It consisted of a written and numeracy tests, competency-based questions in the interview, and a group exercise. The recruitment process is unrelated to the job itself, and this might be one reason why Brookhouse had such high staff turnover rates. Let me ask you about that. What did you mean by the recruitment process being unrelated to the job itself?
Not really giving you an insight into what the job actually entailed.
Yeah. While we have that page open, you'll see at paragraph 9. So I'm not sure how I would describe the specific culture of Brookhouse during the relevant period, but staff morale was often low because we were always under-resourced and understaffed. It was a stressful environment. Now, obviously you're writing this statement in the last few months, but is your impression now, looking back, that the culture that you there described was a constant throughout your whole time there? So from 2009 through to 2017 when you left?
Yeah. Yes.
In other words, was there was there never a time when you felt there was sufficient staffing resource at Brookhouse?
No.
Was there ever a time when it wasn't a stressful environment?
Not really, no.
Do you agree with one of the terms that we have heard, I'm sure we'll hear again often, that there was a toxic culture at Brookhouse?
With regards to,
Well, the people who work there.
I wouldn't have said toxic.
You don't agree with that term?
Not toxic. I don't know what you mean by toxic culture within the staff.
Well, toxic, the way people behaved. That it was the kind of place where people might abuse the detainees, where people were effectively out of control.
I don't believe that at all, no.
You don't believe that at all?
I don't believe it was toxic, no.
Not in those terms, at least.
No.
Right. Can I ask you about some of the things we've heard from Nathan Ward, who gave evidence during the first phase of this inquiry? First of all, let me put up on screen, please, Mr. Ring. You may well have this in one of your files, but you may find it easier if we put the document up on screen. Chair, it's right at the back of your second
Thank you.
bundle, tab 35. Let's put up on screen DL 000141 at page 59, please. So this is the first statement of Nathan Ward. If we go to page 59, at the bottom, paragraph 168. While I was at Gatwick IRCs, I had a particular issue with residential manager Jules Williams, who was in charge of all the residential staff and therefore responsible for setting the tone and attitude of the staff stroke detainee relationships. Jules didn't embody the values of respect and dignity. He'd simply get the job done and was dedicated to making things happen regardless of the human cost. He was surrounded by a number of staff for which I felt he was inappropriately close, such as Graham Pennell, Alan James, Anthony Morgan, David Aldis, Joe Marshall, Luke Hutchinson, Nathan Ring, Simon Brobin, and Stephen Marner. This group were protected and favoured by Jules Williams, and this dynamic is representative of the hierarchies that operated in Brookhouse amongst the staff, which fostered a sense of collusion and impunity. If you were in Jules Williams' inner circle, you knew that you would be protected. Is there anything you want to say about that, Mr. Ring? Do you agree with it, disagree with it?
I don't agree with it.
What is it you don't agree with?
I don't believe there was any sort of inner circle, as you say. For myself, obviously I can't speak for anyone else, for myself, I never worked with Jules or under Jules at all.
So the impression Nathan Ward had that you were part of this inner circle, that you were protected and favoured, part of a clique, from your perspective, your evidence is that's plain wrong.
Yes.
Or wrong as far as you're concerned, at least.
Yeah, completely wrong.
He also, in his evidence, if we go to tab 24, Chair, for you, and if we can just put up on screen the transcript, INQ 000101 for the 7th of December. And if we go, please, to page 24 of that transcript, by which I mean the relativity page, 24. And if we look at the bottom right quarter, page 96 within the transcript, this was Nathan Ward giving evidence on the 7th of December last. Firstly, he said, dealing with staff culture and issues, so that's at line 3. We've touched on this already. I want to ask you, so this is the question, I want to ask you about cliques within Brookhouse, cliques within the staff. You say at paragraph 26 of your first witness statement that when you returned to Brookhouse in 2014, Jules Williams who was the residential manager, found fault with staff in front of detainees, and he fostered cliques. The paragraph is quoted. It was very cliquey, and some of the DCMs were far too close to DCOs within their social circles, which led to a culture where inappropriate behaviour was not challenged. You give an example of Nathan Ring, is the question being put to him, a DCM shown in the documentary who behaved inappropriately, but no one picked him up. How did these cliques affect the staff who were not in the cliques? And his answer is, one word, ostracised. Another word, you weren't part of the team. You never wanted to be part of that team, but you weren't invited out on nights out. There was a suspicion over you, you weren't trusted. It goes on really, you weren't part of that gang. Do you recognise that or not, Mr. Ring?
No.
So none of what he says?
Not with regards to cliques or gangs. There was obviously groups of staff. If you're working in a certain department, you're with those same individuals for 13.5 hours a day. So you're going to bond a bit closer with the people that you're directly working with. But cliques and gangs within the centre, no.
If we move on to page 28 of the relativity reference, please. And it's page 110 of the actual transcript, towards the bottom at line 16. The question to Mr. Ward, Reverend Ward, was, another example you give is Nathan Ring. Why did they send him in? What's he going to do? Give them a cuddle. He's referring to you negotiating and helping a Jamaican detainee who was on the netting. That's right, yes. What did these comments mean? And his answer is, let's put this in perspective. I was the complete opposite of Nathan Ring. I didn't walk around with a scowl on my face. I wanted to interact with the detainees. From the day I started working with him, and if we go right to the top of the page, he was consistent. What you saw on Panorama was every day, and so he regarded me as someone who was more for the detainees than staff. I was just the opposite of him, so he pretty much, the very much disdain he showed to me is what he showed to the detained guys. Question, he also called you a traitor. What do you think he was referring to there? I had a better engagement with the detained guys than I did staff. That's that comment. Now, two things. First of all, do you agree?
Sorry, can I ask, was this transcript from? You said Nathan Ward. You said Nathan Ward at the beginning.
Yes.
This is from Mr. Ward.
Yeah, this is the evidence he gave last December on the 7th. And what I'm asking you, first of all, is his characterisation of you walking around with a scowl on your face all the time. Do you think that's fair and accurate?
No.
No.
I don't believe I've ever called Mr. Ward a traitor either. I didn't have that many interactions with him.
No. Well, that was the next question, Mr.
Sorry,
Lee.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I understand that is the transcript of Owen Saeed, not Syred.
Forgive me. I think you may be right.
That was the question.
I think you may be right. It's not Nathan Ward. This is Owen Syred. My mistake. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Yeah. This is Owen Syred.
Right.
So let's just
So
go
that's what was confusing me slightly.
All right. No, it's my fault. Forgive me. Do you agree that you walked around with a scowl?
No.
Did you call him a traitor?
Not to my recollection, no.
Why do you think Owen Syred would have said that about you?
I've no idea.
No. Well, he's clearly got this impression of you, this characterisation of you from somewhere. Can you think of any engagement you had with him that would compel him to say these things about you or pick on you in this particular way?
No, I worked with him very little when he was at Brookhouse the first time round. But then since he left and came back, I didn't really work with him at all.
So, looking at this, you have no understanding as to why he said what he said about you?
No.
Let's move on. In your first witness statement, going back to that if we can, please, at page 11, you were asked about your opinion of the management and leadership culture at Brookhouse. And you say they were caught between the terms of the Home Office contract and the frustrations of staff. The Home Office contract was, you say, very prescriptive, particularly in terms of how many hours G4S would be paid for. Staff on the ground, however, generally felt that Brookhouse was understaffed. On a good day, we were lucky to have 50 officers in the whole centre. On evenings, you might be lucky to have 6 DCOs and 2 DCMs. It left staff on the ground of the centre often feeling vulnerable, overworked and uneasy. First of all, tell us what you meant by saying that they were caught between the terms of the contract and the frustrations of staff.
So my personal opinion is trying to fulfil the contract with the Home Office, not being able to give us any more staff,
Yeah.
things like that.
What was it about the contract, though? that you
So
were
I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of the contract. That's what I mean. I think they're more worried about the contract and trying to follow the contract, and they're sort of between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah. And what did you understand the contract imposed on G4S?
Just the restrictions. For me, it was, from what I can recall, it was all with hours. So the DCOs would come and you'd have a certain amount of hours for DCOs.
Yeah.
And then those hours would be either for the day and then worked up to the week.
And you continue at paragraph 12 by saying, as a DCM, I felt caught in the middle of the tension between DCOs and senior management. I was expected to professionally put policies into action, but simultaneously I was also on the ground with the DCOs and understood their concerns. What were the tensions?
One I can think of just off the top of my head would be an officer being assaulted or something along those lines. The individual would get put onto Rule 40 for their behaviour. Say within 12 hours or so they'd be reviewed by the duty director and Home Office and then just go straight back to their room. So literally there would be no punishment as such. They literally just spend the night down on E-wing, straight back to their room in the morning. The police would never really be interested.
What punishment was available in the detention centre for a misbehaving detainee?
So it would depend on what they've done, but Rule 40.
That was
That's
it?
Yeah.
Was it regarded as a punishment?
Well, personally for me, I don't think so, no.
Well, it's a word you used. I'm just interested why you equate the word punishment with going on to Rule 40.
Repercussions then, sorry, that's probably a better word. That would be the only repercussion. It's not a punishment as such. That's the only, or there were no repercussions other than Rule 40.
Right.
Which would be very minimal. Time spent down there, obviously.
But you're talking about misbehaving detainees. What about
I
vulnerable?
don't know if you'd class assaulting someone as misbehaving, but yeah.
Well,
But, something that warranted Rule 40, yeah.
Yeah. What about vulnerable detainees?
What do you mean?
Well, those who were put on E-wing, were you able to make a distinction between those who deserved, to use the word you use, repercussions, rather than vulnerable detainees who were just mentally ill and couldn't prevent themselves behaving in the way they were?
If they were down there for medical reasons, like you say, they would be on E-wing.
Yeah.
You wouldn't generally use E-wing as such, or that was classed as E-wing. There was a separate section at the back of, I believe, 6 rooms.
Yeah. CSU.
That was generally used for Rule 40 and things.
Yeah. It's a question I've asked others. How good were you at being able to spot the difference between a vulnerable, ill person who was behaving in a way that might lead to him going on E-wing on constant supervision or on the CSU, and somebody who was just being plain disruptive or manipulative?
Obviously, it's something you gets better with experience. But if it's going to go along the lines of Rule 40, then it always will. You say if you're going to say mental health, then healthcare would be involved before any of those decisions are
Yeah.
made.
Well, do you think at any time during your experience mistakes were made, and people who were genuinely...
None that I can recall.
Well, let me finish the question. People who were genuinely vulnerable were actually believed simply to be attention seekers or manipulative?
No.
You don't think any mistakes were ever made?
None, not that I can recall. I don't think there was, no.
Here you say at paragraph 12 you felt caught in the middle, and we've also been through understaffing, which you told us about, low staff morale, which you've told us about through understaffing and under-resourcing. Did you raise concerns with anybody?
There was one incident in particular when I was at Tinsley House. I raised concerns with Mr. Ward
About what?
about the level of staff we had on a night shift.
Where, at Tinsley or at
At
Brookhouse?
Tinsley House.
What about, forget Tinsley, because we're focusing on Brookhouse. Did you ever raise concerns with anybody more senior than you about Brookhouse?
Not to my recollection. It was always a topic of conversation, but I don't remember ever bringing it up officially, no.
And any reason why not?
Just because it was almost a general topic of conversation.
Sure, but, you know, we can all have general topics of conversation, but it doesn't get us anywhere. I mean, if people have genuine concerns, then they escalate those concerns in the hope that something will be done about them. You were a DCM from around 2012. Why did you never raise concerns with senior management?
It wouldn't have got anywhere.
Because?
Well, like I say, I know you don't want me to say about Tinsley, but previously we were talking about an SMT, dealing with the situation with very minimal staff, lower than what should have been there. I was told, well, you dealt with it, or words to that effect.
And that was Nathan Ward?
Mr. Ward, yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned that, don't you, in your
Yeah.
statement? And we can find it later, but he made some quip that you recalled about, you know, your management just get on with it, something like that.
Yeah, basically you managed, didn't you?
Yeah.
Words to that effect. Yeah.
Or, yeah, exactly, you've managed so far, or some
Yeah.
words to that effect. So are you saying that experience, certainly insofar as staffing is concerned, put you off from raising that kind of concern again?
I just think they were fully aware, and it would have been a waste of breath to try and bring it up.
Did any DCOs ever raise complaints with you about their lot?
About lack of staff? do you mean?
About anything?
There was always complaints. People
And-
bickering and moaning about lack of staff and things like that.
Was there any process by which you as a DCM had to escalate that complaint formally upwards?
And not to my recollection.
So if a DCO came to you and had a general complaint of understaffing, what did you do about it?
But generally, every morning there would be a morning briefing with the duty director and
Yeah.
all the staff, similar like we are today in a room, and they would, more often than not, complain straight to the duty director.
Yeah,
That's not something they would come to a DCM with.
all right. Were any complaints ever made to you that you can think of which didn't have to do with staffing but on any other topic about Brookhouse?
Not direct to me, no.
No? Are you saying you simply can't remember any
I don't remember any
complaints?
direct comments to me, no.
Yesterday, Jan Pashali told us that he raised concerns with senior management regarding the use of the same people for control and restraint. Did you know that?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Had he ever said to you, or made any complaint to you, it's the same old people being used for control and restraint all the time?
No, because I very rarely ran planned control and restraint.
You very rarely...
I rarely ran I took control and restraint.
Does that mean that no complaint would ever have been made to you about it?
Not really, no.
Or that you wouldn't have heard that Jan Charlie has made a complaint of that kind?
I wouldn't have been picking the teams or anything like that.
No, I'm not suggesting you would be. But are you what I'm simply trying to understand from you is, I don't know if you heard his evidence yesterday when he said that, but is that news to you that he raised that kind of concern with the senior management team, that people like him were always being asked to do control and restraint?
I wasn't aware of.
Not heard that
Jan's
before?
point.
No.
Not from Jan, no. There was generally people that were experienced that were probably used more often, but I never heard any complaints like that, no.
No. Why do you think people were used more often than others?
Experience, probably. It would purely depend on the individuals as well. Size, strength.
Yeah.
If you try and pick a team.
So ideally, you want people who perhaps psychologically and physically are going to be able to handle it.
Yeah, putting my words in my mouth a little bit, but...
What was that?
Putting words in my mouth a little bit there, I think.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you a question. You can answer it as you wish, Mr.
If you
Ray.
had someone... We had people in that did mixed martial arts and things like that. So yeah, we would try and pick a team, or aware. They would pick a team that people were a bit stronger and a bit bigger, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking you. I'm not putting words in your mouth. You can answer any question I ask you in any way that you wish. But what I'm asking you is whether you agree that the type of person who would be asked to do control and restraint, you've agreed with one part of it, physically, in fact, you initiated it, that they were large enough to handle it. My other question, the other part of this question, is whether they were mentally fit to do it, in the sense that they were up for it. Do you agree that that was part of the...
I don't think mentally fit would come into it.
You don't think so?
If they weren't mentally fit, they shouldn't have been at work full stop.
Well, I'm not talking
Because
about...
it's part of the role as a DCO,
Yeah.
that you may be required to use force at any time.
Yeah.
So if you're not mentally fit to do
Yeah.
that, you shouldn't be at work.
So if you're sort of an anxious type, then you shouldn't be a DCO.
Well, I think if it was something that affected your job, that should have been picked up previously, yeah.
Right, okay. So your take on the kind of people who were asked to do control and restraint is at least, somebody who was physically fit.
Well, I think if you spoke to all of the DCOs, all of them would have done it at some point.
Yeah.
But that would be something probably in the back of your mind. If you had someone who was an absolute giant, then yeah, you would try and pick staff that you had that were a bit bulkier.
And I suppose two of the giants,
And that's obviously for the safety of the staff as
Yeah.
well as anything.
two of the giants, one Pashali, who's a big man, and...
I meant giants as in detainees.
Oh, you're not talking about
No.
the staff members.
No, I meant bigger detainees, physically fitter
But
detainees.
in terms of, physicality of some of the staff members, Jan Pashali is a big man, muscular.
It depends who you're comparing him to, but yeah,
And Derek Murphy is a big man.
fairly big man, yeah.
You go on to talk about in your witness statement, at paragraph 14, that you vaguely remember an inspection, an HMIP inspection carried out at Brookhouse in November 2016, and you were asked whether you were ever shown any of the recommendations. And I'm not going to put it up on screen. You were asked to look at an action plan, which the inquiry has. I'll simply give the relativity number, VER 000116. Had you ever seen that before? The action
If you could
plan?
show me, I'd...
Well, it was a document that set out a schedule. I'm not going to put it up on screen, but
I
here,
can't recall any documents I was shown. If you could show me, it might jog my memory, but I can't remember.
I'm not going
Any
to for a
documents,
particular reason, but can I just read out then what you said here, Mr. Ring? I vaguely remember that in November 2016, HMIP carried out an inspection of Brookhouse, but I was not shown the recommendations I have been provided with the action plan by the inquiry with the reference I've just given, which I had not seen prior to making this statement. So when you made this statement, you looked at the documents and you said you'd not seen it before. Is that right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. And then you added, I've been made aware by the inquiry that as part of the same inspection, HMIP carried out a survey of detained individuals in which 18% said they had experienced victimisation by staff and 46% had reported it. I never received any complaints relating to this, but because I worked in reception, the complaints I had generally related to missing items or luggage. And generally, if there was an issue with a member of staff, it would be investigated by the designated Safer Community or Race Relations and Diversity Officers. When you say because I worked in reception, did you work in reception the whole time? Or were
As
you just
DCM,
yeah.
as DCM, I was always an Oscar too, so that was part of my area to look after.
And was that throughout your work as a DCM from 2012 through to 2017?
At Brookhouse, yeah. Well, and at Tinsley, yeah, I was an Oscar too at both.
Yeah. How often did you flip between the two centres?
Oh, I didn't. When I first got promoted, I say with the interview with Mr. Ward and things, I was promoted to DCM at Tinsley. Well, I believe I was there for at least a couple of years, and then before they had a bit of a move round, and I moved back to Brookhouse.
And so what the last period of your employment with G4S was at Brookhouse?
Yep.
And how long do you think that was?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Your paragraph 18 in your first witness statement, you then deal with the 60 additional beds that were introduced into Brookhouse. And you say, although more detainees were now being housed, staffing levels remained the same, which did nothing to improve either staff or detainee morale. The extra beds were fitted above the existing beds, so it created challenges if staff needed to remove an individual from a bed on the top level. Concerns were raised about this issue, but to my knowledge, no action was taken to resolve it. From your recollection, were those beds used?
Yes.
What, from the time that they were installed?
No, they weren't used straight away.
But
By the time I finished there, they were being used.
were they not abandoned at any particular time, you recall, or not?
There was I don't recall. I think there may have been a time at the beginning there was a reason why they weren't used, but I don't
Yeah.
recall what it was.
And to whom were concerns raised about the addition of those beds?
As soon as they mentioned it, say it was brought up in morning briefings and things like that, staff would voice their concerns.
Did you voice your concerns about those beds?
In general conversation, not officially.
Now, at paragraph 24 of this statement, Mr. Ring, you were referred to, and you say you were referred to, several policies that were enforced during the relevant period, and you were asked to comment about them. I'm not going to go through them all, but there you set out each and every one of those policies and your response to them. But it's paragraph 25 I want to ask you about on page 11. You say policies and procedures were never drummed into staff. Notices were placed into ring binders in the staff room, but it was up to staff whether they read them. I used to go through a lot of the policies, but mainly the ones that related to my role. In my opinion, very few staff went through the policies, but they would know what needed to be done just from learning on the job. Everyone was aware of the key points they needed to take from a policy without going directly to that policy. So is the impression we gain from that unless you were particularly interested and wanted to familiarise yourself with the policies that there were, you could effectively go through your whole employment as a DCO or a DCM without ever reading them?
It's possible, yeah.
Yeah. Do you recall now whether, when you were trained, policies were spoken about?
Not to my recollection, no.
But people knew where to find the policies if they had to?
Yeah, there was a folder very similar to these in each wing office and in the staff rooms.
So, and were they updated?
Yeah.
By whom?
Either admin staff, sometimes DCMs would get asked to go and put the new policies in the files.
But the fact is, you weren't compelled to read these.
No.
It was something that was voluntary. If you were sufficiently interested, you could. But most people just learned on the job.
Yeah.
Now, thinking about your training, please, you deal with that at 26. You've told us, paragraph 26, you've told us something about that already. Let me ask you this. Was there any different training or specific training when you became a DCM?
Only a little bit more on ACDTs to be a case manager.
So you didn't have to go through any new course?
No.
You just effectively just were promoted and carried on as before?
Yeah.
Except you
And
operated
I don't know if it mentions in there, but I think it mentions in one of my statements that when there was knowledge that somebody wanted to become a DCM, we'd often, if they were short on DCMs, get asked to act up on that day.
on that day?
Literally on that day, and that morning I'd get a phone call, literally go and get a white shirt out of the storeroom and put a shirt on.
Yeah, and while you mentioned uniforms, the DCMs wore white shirts.
White shirts.
And the DCOs wore blue tops?
A blue polo shirt.
Polo shirts, yeah. And so that's how we distinguish them if we look on the footage.
Yeah.
We can look, please, at a document on screen. There's something I just want to ask you about, one of your training documents, CJS 006646, please. Chair, tab 3, at page 1. This is a use of force revalidation document dated November 2016. And if we go to the bottom, please, we see that one of your instructors was John Connolly. First of all, tell us about this form. What's this form about?
It's a self-declaration, I think, to show that you're physically fit, haven't got any injuries, and then you're capable to carry out CNR refresher.
Yeah. And is this part of a training course?
It's just a one-day refresher each year.
Yeah. So this was your refresher in November 2016. Your instructor was John Connolly. What was your view of John Connolly?
Very experienced officer. I think he spent a bit of time at Brookhouse, but it was at Tinsley House mainly. That's where I knew him from.
Yeah.
And then he spent time as CNR coordinator at Brookhouse.
And was he somebody generally who was looked up to?
Oh yes, just with his experience, CNR experience. So that's why he was made CNR coordinator.
Yeah. What does coordinator mean? What does that term
I
reflect?
couldn't tell you the specific job role, but he would, any body-worn camera footage and things, he'd be downloading it, looking after that. With regards to booking people, preparing CNR courses or the advanced control and restraint courses, getting people booked onto those, I say with the kit and things like that.
But you don't know what coordinator means or meant for, I mean,
I couldn't tell you the exact job description.
right, well, we can ask him, but he was somebody who was respected?
I believe so, yeah, that's why he was given that position.
Yeah. Which brings me to asking you some general questions about the attitudes of staff to the detained men. You deal with this going back to your first statement, if you wish to refer to it, at paragraph 36 to 38. You say from your perspective, you always try to engage with detainees in a respectful and friendly way. Yeah?
Yep.
Where there was a language barrier, you used a combination of techniques. Language line, easy to access, which was often used for ACDT reviews. And you would call and ask for an interpreter to facilitate a three-way conversation on speaker. Or you'd ask other members of staff and detainees who spoke different languages to assist in translation. You say that you were not aware of any racist attitudes or behaviours among staff. It wasn't something that would ever have been tolerated. And you say that I know that an example features on the Panorama documentary and I was shocked by it. I never saw or heard anything like it. Presumably you're referring to John Connolly. Mr. Ring.
I believe so, yeah.
Where he uses the N-word during a conversation on a stairwell while D275 is protesting on the netting on the 17th of May 2017. Yeah?
Yeah.
A respected man who was looked up to, John Connolly, but there he is, of course not knowing he's being recorded, using that word in fact more than once if we look at the transcript. And you say you were shocked by it.
Yeah.
Does that mean you had never heard any racist word used by anyone at any time in all the years you were at Brookhouse?
Not by staff, no, that way.
Never?
No.
Not a racist?
Only with regards to reporting an incident.
By which you mean?
If a detainee had used that language, obviously when you're putting it in a report,
Yeah.
that language would get repeated in a report.
Yeah.
But not staff using that language, no, towards detainees or about detainees.
So in all the time you were there, Mr. Ring, not once did you hear any one of your colleagues use racist language, racist ideas
No.
about anybody?
No.
Not once?
No.
Is that reality?
Yes, I believe so.
And what do you mean by it was not something that would ever have been tolerated? Tolerated by whom? Who wouldn't have tolerated it?
Well, staff.
Other staff?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
So,
I can't speak for anybody else, but for me personally, no. If I heard a member of staff speaking to a detainee or about detainees like that,
what would you have done about it?
I would have brought it up with them straight away.
Brought it up with,
I've spoken to that member of staff straight away.
and what would you have said?
Just that it was inappropriate, and then it would be a decision whether that was taken further or not.
Whose decision?
Well, my decision.
Right, and well, let's assume you had been in the presence of John Connolly and you'd heard him use the N-word. What would you have done?
So it's in the context. It depends on the context and things. But I would
Well,
have...
is there any context in the working environment, do you think, when the N-word was appropriate?
In that instance, no.
No. Well, in any instance, can you envisage a situation where an officer at Brookhouse would speak of, about, or to a detainee using that word or any similar word for that matter?
No, only, like I said before, only if you were reiterating what a detainee had said.
Yeah. So let's imagine that you were in the presence of John Connolly and as a DCM, he had used that word in the circumstances in which he used it. What would you have done about it?
I would have raised a concern about it.
With him?
Yeah.
What would you have said to him?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. Just that it was inappropriate. I'd say, and then it'd be whether it was taken further or not.
Well, did you agree in principle, Mr. Ring, it would never be appropriate to use that word in particular?
No.
Of or about or to a detainee? Right. So if we agree that, what would you have done had John Connolly used that word in front of you?
I would have probably raised it with my line manager.
Who was?
At the time, Chris Milligan, I believe.
And have you any idea what might have happened if you had escalated it like that?
I've no idea.
You don't know?
No. I'm sure it would have been investigated, but I have no idea what the outcome would have been.
Yeah. Well, you see, we've seen an example of an investigation by Chris Donnelly, who was also a DCM, when it was alleged that a DCO had called a detainee a knobhead in July 2017. Now, you know, there are degrees of abuse, but I suppose most would agree that knobhead is not a term of racial abuse, whereas the word that John Connolly used certainly is. But what we do know is that Chris Donnelly investigated the use of that word and other behaviours by that particular DCO around the use of that word, knobhead. So would you agree that if the use of the word knobhead was part of an investigation that a DCM conducted, then the use of the N-word was almost certain to be investigated in a similar, if not more extreme way, for obvious reasons?
Yeah.
Yeah. In general terms then, as far as you're concerned, your attitude and relationship with the detained men was, what, good?
Yeah.
Always respectful?
Yeah. So I was generally with new people arriving or with people leaving. I wasn't generally on the residential units.
No.
Although I did spend a small bit of time on the units, yeah.
Yes.
I wouldn't have had the rapport as such as some of the other
No, no.
DCMs that are working on the units with them
Yeah.
day in, day out.
So less inclined to take risks, presumably, with your language with people.
What do you mean less inclined?
Well,
to take risks?
if you had less engagement with some of the detainees, if you didn't know them well enough to have banter with them, then you were less likely to take risks with the language you used towards them. Is
If
that
I didn't
fair?
know them, yeah.
Yeah. What about homophobic or misogynistic language? Were you ever aware of any of your colleagues using that?
No.
No? What about bullying? Any other bullying by staff of detainees
No.
or of each other? No?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Any physical abuse that you ever witnessed?
No.
Nothing.
No.
So, if we just stand back for a moment and think about your evidence, Mr. Ring, apart from low staff morale because of understaffing, your agreement with the fact that it was likely that certain people were used more than others for CNR, was Brookhouse a great place to work, apart from the stresses that the understaffing caused? I mean, the picture you're painting doesn't seem to be a particularly bad one of Brookhouse. I mean, what was the bad there? If you were a detainee,
If I was a detainee?
do you think it was a particularly pleasant place to be?
A very frustrating place to be, I would have thought, for a detainee.
Yeah. But from your perspective, people weren't abused, verbally or physically. What you saw on Panorama with John Connolly was shocking, but that was it. What about what you witnessed from having seen what Jan Pashali did to the individual on the 25th of April? Did that shock you?
So I wasn't there, I don't know what happened. I've only seen what you've seen on the footage.
Well, you were there, but you weren't in the room. You were there during the course of that.
I was there that day, but
period,
I
yeah.
didn't witness what happened.
I'm not suggesting you did, but you've witnessed it now. And so what I'm asking is for your view of what you saw. Did you find it shocking?
I don't know exactly what happened. I can't...
Well, you do know what happened because you were able to see it on Panorama. You could see Jan Pashali with his knees and thighs either side of this man's head. He's on his back. And then there comes a point in time when he says he jumped forward. He certainly is leaning over him, and with his hands around his neck, he whispers, "You fucking piece of shit, I'm going to put you to fucking sleep," or "because I'm going to put you to fucking sleep." Did that not shock you?
Perhaps some of the language.
Perhaps. Perhaps. That doesn't shock you?
It's the context. I wasn't there. I don't know.
Right.
You'd have to ask Jan. The context, to say swearing and things like that are commonplace. But
Well,
I wasn't there. I can't comment on that.
Well, I did ask Jan, as you know, and now I'm asking you. And so what I'm asking, Mr. Ring, is, having viewed it, did it not shock you?
Swearing and language like that, no.
No. So that was commonplace, was it?
Swearing and bad language is commonplace both ways, yeah.
Yeah, no, but we're not talking about both ways. We're talking about one way at the moment. And calling a detainee, you fucking piece of shit, was that something you ever did?
No.
You didn't. And did you ever hear any other staff member using anything like that in all the time that you were there?
No.
So this was completely off the scale.
I'd never witnessed anything like that, no.
No. But it shocks you, perhaps.
Speaking to someone like that, yeah. But say I wasn't there, I don't know why it was said.
Let me ask you about drugs. Drugs coming into the centre. You deal with this in both your witness statements. First of all, you've probably got open your first witness statement, paragraph 39. Let's have a look there at page 14. You say you were aware of a member of staff bringing cannabis into Brookhouse for his own personal use. Yeah?
There was one incident I recall, yeah, that one of the ACOs, I don't recall any name, but one of the ACOs was searched and had a bit of cannabis on him
Yeah.
for his own use, yeah. But I say ACOs were in the gatehouse, they weren't coming into the centre.
Yeah. And he was walked off the premises by police, so the police were called.
I believe so, yeah.
Who would often arrive unexpectedly to carry out random spot checks for drugs. Is that right, that police would arrive and carry out random spot checks?
They would, I say it didn't happen very often, but they would be there before staff arrived.
Yeah. And when you, I mean, why were the police there? Was this a police initiative, or was this a G4S initiative or Home Office? Do you know?
I don't know, I never worked in security department, that would
No.
have been security department.
Fine, but I'm simply asking if you happen to know whose initiative it was for the police to turn up.
I've
Can't
no
help.
idea. But I would have thought G4S.
You say that person never came back, and you were unaware of any other employees bringing drugs into Brookhouse for personal use. Other than this, you say, and you turn to Owen Syred, who was friendly with detainees and gave cigars to them. So that was an instance of personal use. And if we look at your second witness statement, paragraphs 61 to 63, let's start at 62, and then I want to look at an email with you. 62, you say the drug supply, page 16, Chair. The drug supply to Brookhouse was an impossible problem to solve because every time one route of entry was closed down, another opened up. I can remember tennis balls being packed with drugs and hit over the fences. I remember collecting the balls before detainees were allowed into the courtyards. I remember spice being incorporated into paint or paper, and what looked like children's pictures being produced. The detainees would then rip off strips and smoke them. One point on which I am confident is that no officer would have done anything to facilitate the entry of drugs to Brookhouse. Nobody hated the drugs problem at Brookhouse more than the DCOs and DCMs who had to deal with the fallout from drug use. You're not saying by that, Mr. Ring, are you, that it is impossible for an officer to have smuggled drugs into the centre?
It wouldn't be impossible, no.
No. But there were various means by which drugs were clearly entering the centre.
Yeah, there must have been, yeah.
And if we put up on screen, please, CJS 00072791, Chair, tab 11. This is an email to a number of you, I suspect all the DCMs, but I may be wrong. Or perhaps
It's a number of DCMs, yeah.
Yep, 1st of June. Who was Jason Murphy?
He was a DCO, worked in the security office.
And subject line is drugs. Information has just been received that drugs suppliers will be changing the method they get drugs into the centre. Apparently they will now be trying to use shoes as a method of supplying. Could you please make all reception, gatehouse and reception staff that you are responsible for aware of this? So was this kind of thing, getting emails, intelligence sent around, fairly routine?
Yeah, something like that.
Informing everybody of the different methods by which drugs could be brought into the centre. You said it was an impossible problem to solve. You say that in your paragraph 62. Why was it impossible to solve?
I say they'd always find new ways to get things in. Spice, for one, is one of the hardest things. From my recollection, they're just genetically modified, so they can change. So if you trained a dog to sniff it out, they could change the genetic makeup of it, so the dog no longer senses it. Things like that.
But that's just spice. Were other drugs coming into the centre as well, or was it uniquely spice?
Spice was the biggest one.
And what did management do about it, do you know?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
I mean, there weren't routine searches every day you came into the centre, were there?
No.
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 And the idea you get is that the police only turned up randomly for spot checks for whatever reason they did. And so if somebody was determined to get drugs in, be it through the visitors' hall, be it a staff member who was making money out of it, or any other means, it was carrying on regardless.
The only way I know for sure there was drugs that came into the centre. Say there was passes and things in visits.
No.
But say as soon as that was cool, that'd be the security office would deal with that,
Yeah.
and they would speak to the police.
And do you know offhand whether when visitors came into the centre they were always searched?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, they were searched by an ACO in the gatehouse.
So if those searches were done properly and every visitor who came to visit a detainee was searched, then drugs ought not to have come in through that route, although, of course,
No, 'cause
occasionally it can have done.
Sorry, the level of search that you were allowed to do on a visitor, if someone had secreted something,
No,
you
of
would
course.
never go to find
No,
it.
of course, they won't.
Whether it was in their underwear or secreted, you were never
No,
going to find
they
it.
weren't full body searches, so there were always means, but at
Yeah.
least there were searches. But in terms of staff, the impression we get from what you tell us is searching wasn't routine.
Searching visitors,
No,
but searching of
staff.
staff, no. It was only a handful of times that happened.
Can I put up, please, another document I'd like you to look at? It's a BBC document which calls itself Annex A SXP 000057, Chair tab 13, at page 2. And do you see there's a date there on the 12th of May? Towards the bottom, as it is on screen, relating to a detainee D852 who was on E-wing after being observed high on spice, believed to have been given the illegal narcotic without his consent, spiked by other detainees, which demonstrated a failure to protect a detainee who said he was only 14. Were you aware of not only individuals voluntarily taking spice, but also other detainees being deliberately spiked with spice. In
No.
other words, a spice attack.
No.
Is that the first time you've ever heard anything like that?
About being spiked, you could tell when a new batch of spice had arrived in the centre.
How?
They would have, generally, there'd be the same faces. From what I believe, they were obviously trying to work out the strength and things of the drug, so they would give to what they call guinea pigs, give a small handful of detainees some of it to try,
Yeah.
to see what happened.
And the guinea pig, or guinea pigs, were they volunteers to taking it? Or
As
were
far
they...
as I'm aware, because they were probably getting it for free. But I say I can't speculate on
But I
that.
suppose you can't. But you can't also say whether they weren't deliberately spiked with it. Somehow.
No, but that's the first time I've
Yeah.
heard about that.
It rather suggests, Mr. Ring, if this is the first time you've heard of this, apart from the guinea pig side of things, which the way you describe it is not the same thing, it means that if there were such spice attacks, you were unaware of it. If people were deliberately spiked, you were unaware
I
of
was
it.
not aware of people deliberately spiked. No.
No.
So can you just clarify what you mean by a spice attack?
Well, somebody being given spice somehow without their knowledge.
I wouldn't describe that as a spice attack. I personally believe a spice attack would be someone that's had spice
Yeah.
and then is uncontrollable, whether they've
Yeah.
passed out, vomiting, things like that.
No, I get that, but here you see in line 22 of this document, without his consent, spiked by other
I
detainees.
understand what you're saying about the
Yeah.
spike bit, but for me, when you say spice attack, it means someone that's
Yeah.
almost overdosed or something
I know,
along
well,
those lines.
I suppose it's being a spiked attack
Yeah.
rather than
Yeah,
a
yeah.
spice attack. Anyway, but the point is, from your perspective, you say you've never experienced that.
No.
Now, let me ask you, please, something about use of force. In your first witness statement, at paragraph 70, on page 20 and 71, starting at 70, during my time as DCM, I only led 2 or 3 CNRs. A DCM or an Oscar 1 would generally be leading a CNR, and I was generally an Oscar 2.
I'm sorry, which statement's that, sorry?
It's your first,
First one.
page 20, paragraph 70.
I've got that on page 18 here.
It may just be my print version is different to yours.
Transcript of Mr. Tully's recording about a spice, bad reaction to spice. It's not about use of force on him.
Just a moment. No, I'm looking at your first witness statement. Mr. Ring, you're probably looking at the wrong thing. It's paragraph 70. It may be your page 18. I've got a slightly different print version.
Right, try 1 second. Yep.
You got it?
Yeah, thank you.
You say, during my time as DCM, I only led 2 or 3 CNRs. A DCM or an Oscar 1 would generally be leading a CNR, and I was generally an Oscar 2. As an Oscar 2, I would be filming any planned CNRs. During my last 6 months, I don't remember being involved in any CNR. I do not recall having any concerns about CNR incidents in which I was not involved, but which I became aware of through my role as a DCM. Planned CNRs were generally routine. And then at 71, to the best of my knowledge, CNR techniques were not used excessively or as a mechanism to control behaviour. Aside from the planned events, I can only count a tiny number of times where an unplanned CNR took place during my employment at Brookhouse, certainly less than 10. During my initial training course, I was told that our voice was our best weapon, and we were taught to reason with detainees. This was a successful strategy, which is why CNR was used so infrequently. It was also an essential technique, given that you would often find yourself alone with over 100 detainees. Our voice was our best weapon, and we were taught to reason with detainees. First of all, whose instruction was that? Do you remember?
I remember hearing that on my ITC.
Was John Connolly your trainer at that time, or somebody else?
No.
It wasn't
No.
him. And what was meant by voice is our best weapon?
Using as your best tool, speaking to people, trying to get to the bottom problems. CNR was always a last resort.
Yeah. So to de-escalate. So
Yeah.
before you even get to CNR, you talk to somebody.
Always, yeah.
Yeah. Voice was our best weapon. We were taught to reason with detainees, and that's why CNR is a last resort. Do you remember anything about strong commands?
Yeah, you would give strong commands during ACNR, yeah.
During CNR?
Yeah.
Would that mean swearing at somebody?
It may do in heat of the moment.
Yeah.
If they're shouting and things and
Yeah.
swearing, you may do that as well.
What is a command? How do you command somebody? Do you say, do something, don't do something?
You
I
would
mean,
tell
calling
them
somebody a
beforehand.
fucking piece of shit is not a strong command, is it?
That's not one I would use, no.
No, well, it's not one anybody should use, because it's certainly strong, but it's not a command, is it? It's abuse.
I wasn't there. I can't comment on the context of...
No. So you're not prepared to comment on that, but you'll agree with me it's not a command, won't you? To call somebody a fucking piece of shit is not a command. We can agree with that, can't
Yeah.
we, Mr. Ring? Thank you. Yeah. So voice was your best weapon, taught to calm things down, but if that didn't work, CNR was the last resort. Yeah?
Always a last resort, yeah.
Now, I've asked you a little about mentally unwell detainees. Did you ever have any mental health training of any kind?
No,
Nothing.
not that I recall, no. I spent a little bit of time with HCDT reviews and things with sort of the mental health nurses and things like that
Yeah,
during reviews, but no official training, no.
yeah. I mean, you go on at your paragraph 74 of your first witness statement to talk about drug use by individuals was an issue at Brookhouse, which staff were constantly trying to combat. And you say it was a particular problem spice because its components can be altered, so it's no longer detected. You've told us something about that. And then you say at 76, I feature in the Panorama programme when an individual has taken spice. This was the fourth time I had called for a medical response for this individual. And on each previous occasion, I had spent time with him talking about the effect the drug was having and why it wasn't a good idea. I thought I'd gotten through to him, and then I saw that he had again overdosed. It was the disappointment of the situation that led to me making a stupid comment. We'll come back to that comment afterwards. But so that we're clear, were you talking here about the event with D1275 on the 14th of June? When you were making comments like div scrotum, that sort of thing?
Yes,
Right,
yes.
well, we'll come back to that, as I said. And also in terms of generality, before I turn to specific issues, Mr. Ring, food refusal and the like, you deal with at paragraph 79, which is self-harm, and how that would trigger the ACD process. But I want particularly to ask you about what you say at paragraph 80 and 81. At 80, you say if an individual had refused food provided by the centre within a 24-hour period, an ACD would be opened. The only meal which was not monitored by Brookhouse was breakfast. So did that mean a detained man could refuse breakfast every day of the week, but that wouldn't be monitored?
Yes, you wouldn't know whether they'd taken it or not.
Often individuals prefer to buy their own food from the shop as they disliked the food at the centre. However, because they'd not taken a meal from the kitchen, they would be marked down as refusing food. If staff then saw that the individual had eaten, the ACDT could be closed, but the pattern would reoccur daily. So often, the ACD would be left open. And then at paragraph 81, you turn attention back to Panorama. The Panorama programme shows Callum Tully reporting to me, and we're going to come back to this because this deals with an event on the 31st of May, that an individual had refused food. This individual had been in Brookhouse for a few days, and I'd been doing all I could to help him. The detainee refused to eat food provided by the centre canteen, but was purchasing from the shop. I was aware that he had plenty of food in his room from the shop and had seen him eating his own meals. I knew that there was no welfare issue. This was frankly a pieced for camera by Callum, and if he had genuine concerns, he ought to have opened an ACDT. He didn't do so. So in respect of both those bits of Panorama, as I say, we're going to come back to them. The one in relation to comments you made about somebody who had overdosed on Spike, and in relation to the conversation you had with Tully on the 31st of May, in fact it predates the other occasion by about 2 weeks, about the food refusal. In both instances, what you're saying in your statement is that you had not so much relationships, but you'd engaged with both detainees, the one about taking spice, yes?
Yep.
And he'd not listened to you, and you'd engaged on the 31st of May with the detainee who'd been refusing food, and in his case, you'd been doing all you could to help him.
I'd spent a considerable amount of time,
Yeah.
trying to help him.
So in respect of both of those instances, one on the 31st of May, the other on the 14th of June, different types of circumstance, what you say in your witness statement is that you had, as a DCM, done all you could to aid these detainees, but in effect they'd let themselves down, or they had behaved in a way which you, contrary to the advice or help you'd been giving them.
With regards to the spice, yeah.
And with regard to the food refusal up to a point, because you'd been doing all you could to help that man as well.
I have been assisting him, yeah, but a considerable amount of time, yeah.
Okay. Right, well, against all of that, please, let's turn away then from, as it were, general topics to specific ones. And I'm going to start with the 24th of April in relation to D1527. Chair, if you go please to your tab 18. At page 20, CJS 001107, please, at page 20. This is something that you refer to, Mr. Ring, perhaps understandably, in relation to your dealings with D1527 on the day before the Pashali incident, if I can call it that for short. And if we scroll down to the bottom of page 20, allegation to investigate the incident in the Panorama programme of Officer Nathan Ring mocking D1527 while he had a phone battery in his mouth. And if we go to the next page, please, and in your second witness statement, at paragraphs 26 to 27, you point out what is said by the PSU in this report at paragraph 7.28, and we'll come back to the things you said. For balance, as DCM Ring has not contributed to this investigation, it was noted that there was evidence that DCM Ring had shown D1527 an appropriate level of assistance on the 24th of April. DCM Ring was the duty manager who conducted an ACDT case review. D1527 was upset and wanted to return to his room on C Wing. In addition, his possessions had not been cleared from his old room. DCM Ring took action and called C Wing to see if D1527 could have his old room back, but another detainee who had already moved in. 1527 was upset and angry about this, and DCM Ring, recognising this, told his officers to watch 1527. 1527 then attempted to strangle himself in his room, and officers intervened, including DCM Ring, who cut a ligature. He then assigned an officer to constantly supervise 1527. DCM Ring also created 2 new actions on his care plan to address his issues at that time, including that he wasn't sleeping well and needed a medical appointment. Therefore, whilst Panorama showed DCM Ring only in a negative light, mocking detainees and disregarding policies, this evidence showed that this may be a representation. And you rely upon that, don't you?
Yeah, sorry, can I just put
I'm sorry.
I don't believe it was me that cut the
I'm
ligature.
sorry to interrupt,
Mr. Ring, sorry.
but yet again, Mr. Holtman, it's not a representation, it's a misrepresentation.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
The
what
last
you're saying.
word you said it was a representation.
I didn't, I said misrepresentation.
Well, I heard it as
No, I'm sorry, I
representation.
said misrepresentation.
Well, we're all clear now then.
Yeah, well, that's what the word says, Mr. Kelly, and that's why what I read, even if the transcript doesn't. But,
So can I also say I don't believe it was me that cut the ligature.
well,
So
You-
I
you
wasn't
may
there.
be
It says
right.
I've asked some officers to go and
Yeah.
check on him.
no, I think you're
So
right
it wasn't
about
me
that.
that went. But
No,
yeah.
I know, but that's not the point here, Mr. Ring. You know, that they may have got that wrong, the
Yeah.
person who wrote this report. The point is you rely upon this in your witness statement as showing another side to you, as a balance, a counterbalance to the depiction of the Panorama programme.
Yes, I don't believe it. It's another side to me. Yeah, that is what I did on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason I was putting this there, in case Mr. Kelly has any doubt, is because it does show a counterbalance. That's the whole point of my citing this, and not the converse. As a matter of interest, why didn't you contribute to the investigation nonetheless?
I believe it was probably after I left.
Do you remember being invited?
No,
You don't?
No, I don't. No. I don't know the date of this, but I'm assuming that was probably after I was dismissed.
Well, if we look at the top at 7.26, DCM Ring was dismissed by G4S without interview following the Panorama programme broadcast. Mr. Ring was invited to participate in this investigation, but he declined. Therefore, there is no explanation provided by DCM Ring for consideration. So according to the PSU, you were invited, but you don't remember that.
I have no recollection of that, no.
All right. Let's look then at the ongoing record of observations from that day, please. Chair at tab 6. CJS 001085 at page 2, because we can pick up from the observations what happened. So at the bottom, we have 24th of April at 15:15, after completing D1527's review and informing him that he won't be returning to his old room due to his low mood and demeanour. D1527 began to throw his chair around his room in anger. D1527's chair has now been removed from his room, and he will remain on Eden Wing until he is reviewed again tomorrow. And that's your signature, is it?
Yes. Well, I can't see the signature, that's my name at the end, yeah, it looks like my handwriting.
Yeah, forgive me, but that's, you've printed your name, the signature's been redacted out, but that's what I meant. 5 minutes later, at 3:20, D1527 was under his cover attempting to, and it's not sure if that's a verb or not, but it
It's
looks
a
like tie
ligature.
ligature around his neck. Myself and DCM Michelle Brown, with the help of Oscar 1, Nathan Ring, we removed the ligature. And that's Gary Croucher, but you say you didn't actually cut it from him, somebody else must have done.
I don't believe I cut the ligature off.
All right. But it doesn't really matter, but
No.
you were instrumental in helping him. And then at the top of the next page, at 15, it looks like 1532 or 1537, refused to engage with healthcare, verbalised that he didn't want physical observations to be undertaken, and that was a healthcare assistant. Is that right?
HCA, yeah.
Yeah. At
I
that
can't
time.
quite make up the name, but HCA would be a
I think it
healthcare
looks like
assistant.
Ewan or
I don't know.
And if we then please go to another document just to pick this up. There was a use of force report, CJS 005538, chair at tab 7, at page 7. Which Gary Croucher completed. If we go to the next page. I, DCO G. Croucher, as part of my duty at Brookhouse, working on Eden Wing, 24th of April, approximately 3:20, went to check on Detainee 1527. On entering his room, noticed he was under his cover, and on not getting a verbal response from him, I removed his cover, noticed a ligature around his neck, which he was holding with his right hand. I informed DCM Michelle Brown, who was standing in the doorway of his room. She called for help to the wing office. I took hold of 1527's wrist and arm to prevent him applying more pressure to the ligature, and was joined by DCM Nathan Ring. Next page, please. At the top, 1527 released the ligature, is how it reads, and whilst holding his right wrist, I unwound the ligature and removed it. This concludes my report. And finally, in this regard, in terms of documents, can we go to HOM 000152, which is at tab 8.
Sorry, can I just say as well, he keeps referring to DCM Michelle Brown.
Yeah.
She would have been the duty director. She
Yeah.
wouldn't have been a DCM by that point.
Yeah.
And she would have probably been there because it was a constant supervision.
And here we have a record of case review. You're shown as the case manager. It's the 24th of April. You see the time is 15:30. And is this your document, Mr. Ring? Would you have completed this?
It's something I would have done, yeah. If my signature, though, I can't see the whole document here at the
We'll
moment.
scroll down. Unfortunately, the signature's been obliterated. But let's see what the text says. D1527 appeared fairly withdrawn during his review and failed to make any eye contact whatsoever. D1527 stated he didn't know why he self-harmed last night, and that he just wants to return to his old room on Clydewing. So, pausing there, assuming that this was your narrative because you had the conversation with him at 3:15, does it rather suggest he self-harmed the night before, which is why he was on E-Wing in the first place on the 24th?
I don't. If he'd self-harmed before, it would be. If it was his first time,
Yeah,
that would be in the opening paperwork of that ACDT.
right.
Or if he was already on an ACDT, the previous review would show that.
Yeah.
I don't recall. I couldn't tell.
No, all I'm looking at is what's written here. It does rather suggest, though, that he may have self-harmed the night before. Whether that brought him onto E-Wing at that point or not, we can't tell just from this document, is what I think you're saying. Yeah? that he didn't know why he self-harmed last night and that he just wants to return to his old room on Clyde Wing. I explained to D1527 that this decision would be made after his review. I also felt that D1527 was only talking to me as he wanted something. As this has happened on previous occasions with myself, D1527 has point-blank ignored me on previous attempts to review him. However, he then approached me asking if he could move rooms. So, do you think this is you writing this?
Possibly, yeah.
D1527 has refused to communicate with healthcare this morning, and the Home Office have no updates with regards to his case at this time. After we'd completed D1527's review, I phoned Clyde Wing to inquire about his old room and his property. I was informed that someone else had already moved into his room and so he couldn't return to it. When I informed D1527 of this, he returned to his room and began to throw his chair at his door. So it very much looks like this is your document, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's the same, yeah.
I asked the officers on the unit to keep an eye on him, and only a few moments later I was alerted that D1527 had now ripped up one of his sheets and wrapped it round his neck. The sheet was immediately removed and 1527 was seen by healthcare. However, he stated he didn't want anyone to touch him. Healthcare then left and D1527 was placed onto a constant supervision. He then refused to communicate whatsoever and will be reviewed again tomorrow morning with the duty director present. So that series of documents shows us what happened on the 24th of April and your part in it, and it's because of that that enabled the PSU to write what they did, paragraph 7.28 about you as counterbalancing the representation about you by the Panorama programme. Out of interest, Mr. Ring, you mentioned here the Home Office. Did you make any representations to the Home Office about him that you recall, or any concerns or any changes about his condition as a result of what had happened?
I'm just looking here. It would appear here, yeah, well, I would have spoken to, I don't know if I'm allowed to say the name, but on this document, the individual from the Home Office gave me information, so I would have spoken to them prior to the review and explained what was going on.
Yeah.
And if he was already down on Eden Wing, then Home Office would have already been aware of that as well,
Yeah.
and why he was there.
And it looks as if you had engaged the healthcare. I mean, presumably you spoke with somebody from healthcare.
Yeah, the mental health nurse.
In order what, to voice concerns you had about him, or for some other reason?
That's just it's a general thing I would have done with all of my ACDTs. So I would always speak to the Home Office and healthcare.
Yeah.
And get their involvement, preferably for them to attend. But so as this was down on the, I guess it was on E-Wing, and the time and things. But yeah, I would generally always preferably get them to attend.
Yeah. Now, in a while, Mr. Ring, I'm going to ask you about some of the things you said, and if we absolutely have to, and if you want to, we can always look at the video itself. But let me just ask you first, as it were, by way of preface, what you said in your witness statement about it, because if we look at paragraph 27 of your first witness statement, paragraph 27, you'll find it on page 7. In paragraph 27, you deal with effectively what we've just been asking you about. And 28, you refer there to the Home Office report, which is the one I started with. And then this paragraph 29, On reflection, you say, I feel that the manner in which this incident was portrayed by the BBC is representative of the manner in which I was portrayed throughout the entire Panorama documentary.
Sorry, this is my first statement.
Yes?
Paragraph 29.
29. Have you got that on reflection?
Reflecting on my time as a DCM.
No.
That's what I've got here,
Oh,
paragraph.
it's my fault. Sorry. It's the second witness statement, not the first. Sorry.
Page 7, I think.
Yeah, page 7, sorry.
Thank you.
On reflection, I feel that the manner in which this incident was portrayed by the BBC is representative of the manner in which I was portrayed throughout the entire Panorama documentary. I firmly believe that I did my best to help and get along with the detainees generally. My sense of humour might not be to everybody's taste, particularly given the manner in which it was selectively edited by the BBC, but when it actually came to actions, I generally did what I considered was to be right and in accordance with my training and operating procedures. Right? That's what you said.
Yeah.
And as I say, we'll come to the actual words that you used on this occasion and indeed others. But before we come to consider those words, so that we understand what your position is on this, the words that you used, you're saying is what, just bad taste humour?
Oh, yeah, they were silly comments, but as I say, you'll come on to it. More out of frustration than anything.
Frustration at what?
With the individual that I had, that you can, well, you previously mentioned I had some sort of rapport with and thought I was getting through to.
Well, the two other incidents I mentioned to you from your witness statement were actually not this one that we're about to deal with, which is D1527 on the 25th of April. What I was asking about were passages in relation to a food refusal on the 31st of May and a spice attack on the 14th of June. This is a third instance, which I hadn't yet asked you about.
Right.
Did you feel that you had some rapport with D1527 then? You say it was frustration. What was the frustration?
You'd have to refer me to the actual incident. So
Sorry?
You'd have to refer me to the actual incident.
It's the Pashali instance, the sleep hold, the you fucking piece of shit. That one. That's what.
The gentleman I dealt with the ACDT previously.
Yeah.
And I'd spoken to at length. Yeah.
Yeah. See, so you're telling us before we come to it, just so we understand the context from your perspective, was that the words you used, and you'll remember what Duracell bunny, sucking on a dummy, all of those things. The words you used should be seen in the context that you were frustrated with him.
Yes, and the way he was behaving. Yeah.
All right. Well, Chair, it's almost 11:45, if not 11:45. Can I suggest we take our break now? And because we'll have a shorter day, it being Friday, I think it's half an hour today.
Indeed, I have one general
Yes, of
question.
course.
Does it make sense to ask
Yeah,
that now,
by all
perhaps
means.
if we're going to move on to more specifics? Mr. Ring, you talked about a member of the Home Office being involved in discussions when somebody was being held on Eden Wing, on E-Wing.
Yeah.
How often were the Home Office staff actually present on that wing, from your memory?
Every morning they would go down. If someone was on Rule 40, they would go down to E-Wing every morning. After their general morning meeting, the duty director, the Home Office duty officer, and the Oscar one would go around and do reviews.
And was it the case that, did that mean in practice that it was pretty much a daily occurrence? Were
Every
there
day.
always somebody
There
on
would
Rule
always be
40?
someone down there, I would have thought so, yeah.
Okay, thank you
More
very
often
much.
than not, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question. So we will return at 12:15
Thank you.
after our break. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ring.
Now, Mr. Ring, just to remind you, what I'm about to ask you about are some of the things you said during those incidents, or the three parts of the one incident, whichever way you care to look at it, with D1527 on the 25th of April, all right? Just so we understand, one of the questions I'm asked to ask you on behalf of Duncan Lewis, who are one of the represent a number of court participants in this inquiry, is whether you made any use of force report after the events on that day, and if not, why not?
On which incident is, sorry?
The one I'm just talking about, Mr. Ring, the 25th of April, when D1527, first of all, put a ligature around his neck. It was removed by Mr. Loughton with Clayton Fraser's fish knife. And then, when that was over, he put a battery in or around his mouth, and we'll come to see what you said about it in a short while. And then when that was over, he sought to self-strangulate when we have the Jan Pashali incident. So what I'm asked to ask you, and I am asking you, is whether you made a use of force report afterwards, and if not, why not?
I don't believe I was there for the bit with Steve Lawton at the beginning, where the incident where Steve Lawton was present.
No.
Cutting the ligate, I wasn't present, and the other bit, I didn't use force at all.
So does it boil down to, if you are not part of the use of force that was used, even if you might have witnessed aspects of it, you don't make a use of force report?
You don't do use of force report, no.
All right. Do you agree, and this is another question from and on behalf of Duncan Lewis clients, that under the detention centre rules, you're aware of the detention centre rules, or you were, I assume?
Yeah, I don't recall all of them now. But
No, of course not. But under Rule 45(6), at all times the treatment of detained persons shall be such as to encourage their self-respect, a sense of personal responsibility and tolerance towards others. Do you remember that one?
Not off the top of my head, no.
And by 45(3), detainee custody officers exercising custodial functions shall pay special attention to their duty to attend to the well-being of detained persons. Do you remember that one?
I don't recall the majority of them off the top of my head, I'm afraid.
And the question will arise, and it's one that I suspect they would like you to have very much in mind as I ask you questions about your performance on the 25th of April, is whether you agree your actions on the 25th were consistent with those duties. All right? So let's just have in mind whether what you did encouraged their self-respect, a sense of personal responsibility and tolerance towards others, and whether your performance paid special attention to your duty of well-being to detained persons. Right, as I say, we're going to look at some transcripts, and if you really wanted to, Mr. Ring, I'm sure we could play the videos to you. But let's begin, please. Chair, for you, tab 26.
Thank you.
And can we put up on screen, please, TRN 0000001 at page 6. Now, to be clear about the sequence of events, the first part of the incident, where the detained man had managed to put a ligature around his neck, and it was Steve Loughton who removed it with Clayton Fraser's fish knife, has happened. And by this point, he has taken a battery, and as far as Steve Loughton understood it, he'd tried to swallow it. And at the top of page 6, in the right-hand column, Steve Loughton makes the comment, "a battery in his mouth, the cock," and then we see your name, so you have turned up at the scene. Has he? And somebody else says he swallowed it. And you say, going all night, isn't he? Joe Buss, who was there, yeah. Going all night, Duracell Bunny, isn't he? Going all night now, isn't he? Swallowing batteries, you're full of it. Burn his tongue. Now, how would you describe or characterise your comments there, Mr. Ring?
I say, to start off with, I think I was outside the room. They weren't comments directed at the detainee.
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
I said, I believe I was outside the room.
Yeah.
So the comments I made, although a bit facetious and a bit silly, they weren't actually directed at the detainee.
Do you think that makes a difference?
Yes.
I suppose it's one thing directly to abuse a person to his face. It's another thing to talk about that person in the presence of others, where that person about whom the comments are being made may not hear them. But if that's right, and what you were saying was not directed to the individual, what kind of model does it set for junior officers and others around you?
I say, it depends who I'm saying it to.
Well, who is it acceptable to say it to, and who is it unacceptable to say it to?
Well, as you say, it probably doesn't set a good precedence for young, not experienced officers.
Yeah, so why do you think you said it?
As I said before, frustration. You've said before how many dealings I've had with this gentleman trying to help him. Yeah.
So, so that we understand, is this just banter, or is it just...
You can tell by its banter, yeah.
Well, I can't tell anything. I'm asking you. Is it banter, or is it just a bad joke? What do you think?
I believe banter between officers that have been dealing with him for some time, yeah.
And it carries on into the next page. What are you waiting for? Callum Tully, why do you want me to leave? No, I was just wondering why we're all sat in here. I don't know, just to support the nurse. I want to speak to him. I didn't really want to leave the nurse in the room. A child is what you say. Something was missed at the foot of page 7. A child, and to the top of the next column, you know, which isn't going to happen. They just sit and sulk. And then towards the bottom of page 7 on the right, he's just a dick. Presumably you were calling the detained man a child.
Yeah, it appears that way, yeah.
But you knew this wasn't childish behaviour. This was a man who was mentally unwell.
So I can't comment on his mental health. I'm not medically trained. But for me, the behaviour he was displaying was when he wanted something that didn't happen, he would then do something to get a reaction.
Yeah.
Which, in my opinion at the time, was the way like one of my children would act.
So are you saying you didn't regard him as mentally unwell, or are you saying that you regarded him as being simply disruptive and manipulative, or are you telling us you simply don't know what it was one way or the other?
So I can't comment on his mental health.
I'm not asking you to comment, I'm asking you what your state of mind was, what your belief was.
As that I believe he was acting quite childishly. Why he was doing that, I don't know.
Of course, you had dealt with him the day before, when
Numerous
he
times, yeah.
had put a ligature around his neck, which had to be removed. You were instrumental in talking to him.
Tried to help him as well.
You completed a care review, a case review, which we had seen. And I don't know, Mr. Ring, by this time, when this battery business was taking place, do you think you knew that again on the 25th he had tried to harm himself in putting a ligature around his neck, which Steve Loughton had to remove? Do you think you knew that by now? Do you
Think I knew what?
that? What?
But do I think I knew what?
That he had put a ligature around his neck a second time, this time on the 25th in the evening.
I wasn't sure if I wasn't there.
So you don't know if you knew one way or the other,
No.
right? But you did know from the case review that he'd self-harmed the evening before. Do you remember we read that before the break? So by the time you're making these comments, you had a lot of information about this man. You knew he had attempted suicide, if that's not putting it too high, on the 24th of April. You were directly instrumental in that, in helping him. You knew that the night before the 24th of April he had self-harmed in some way, and even if you didn't know on the 25th that he had tied a ligature around his neck which had to be removed, he'd certainly done something with a battery, potentially tried to swallow it. Now, do you think all of that warranted calling him a child?
The way he was behaving when I dealt with him, I thought was childish.
And do you think that that comment, calling him a child, was born of the fact that you had no training to tell you when somebody was genuinely mentally unwell or simply being manipulative, or was it just because you didn't care one way or the other?
But I had no mental health training or anything like
No.
that.
So you make the comment simply because you think he's behaving in a childlike manner?
Yes.
And if we look at the comment at line 59, they just sit and sulk. That's presumably what you thought he was doing, because he couldn't get his own way, whatever that was, to go back to
It
wing,
must have been, yeah.
back to C wing, which is what you knew he wanted to do.
Which I tried to assist him with, yeah.
Why was he a dick?
I'm guessing just frustration again about his behaviour.
Yeah, but why a dick? Why can't you say, I'm so frustrated by his behaviour, as you just said to us? Why do you have to call him a dick?
That I couldn't say.
Well, you can say it.
Just
I mean, this is your word, Mr. Ring, not mine.
Just as I said before, foul language and things like that was just commonplace. It was. I don't know why I chose that word. It could have been one of many. I don't know why I chose that word.
And presumably it's not the first time you'll have said something like that about a detainee.
Possibly not. No, to a member of staff.
No. And if we go over the page, to page 8, at this point you'll see all the labelling for D1527. We get him saying, I want to die, I'm going to die here. At line 28, we see Steve Loughton talks about sulking. And we saw on the page before that you spoke about sulking. So it potentially, Steve Loughton has picked that up from you. You see how these things spread?
Well, Steve Lawton was also on scene before I was. So why would he be picking things up from me?
Well, because...
He'd have had just as many dealings with the gentleman as I had.
Well,
perhaps it wasn't just my conception, perhaps other people thought the same thing.
yeah. Well, a few moments before, you agree, you used the word sulk. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And Loughton or Lawton, however you pronounce his name, is using the word sulking. So you prepared to accept he could have just been picking up the baton from you and running with it?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You wouldn't say it?
No.
And then on the next page, 9, we've got whoever staffer 3 was, at line 27, saying, bell end might be off my wing. So, so far he's been called a cock by Mr. Lawton. He's been called a dick by you. He's now being called a bell end. All within the space of a few moments. Was this common, this sort of thing?
Yeah, maybe between members of staff, but so I never witnessed anything directly at Detainee.
Did you think any of that was acceptable?
It's just the sort of language that was used day in, day out.
Do you think any of it was acceptable?
In a private conversation, yeah.
These weren't really private conversations. Anybody could hear them. They weren't
It's
designed...
only amongst a few staff.
They weren't designed not to be heard by others, were they?
What you mean?
Words,
They're designed to be heard by others?
Any detainee could be walking past.
No, they wouldn't have done at that time.
No, they wouldn't have done, but you don't know that.
I do, because it was on Eden Wing, which is a small unit, and if something like that was happening, it would have been locked down. There wouldn't have been any other detainees around.
So it was acceptable because it was private.
In a private conversation,
So it was acceptable.
I don't see why not, no.
And then on page 10, we see at line 19, Jan Pashali is asking who's on constant. And at lines 24 to 26, Clayton still is, because Clayton Fraser was on constant observation, as we saw yesterday. And then Callum Tully explains to him, when Jan Pashali is at the scene, what has gone on. At the top of page 10, what I think, says Tully, is he tied something around his neck. He was trying to strangle himself. And then towards the bottom of the page, and into the next, there was some confusion about what he tied himself to, or the ligature to. We don't need to look at that. And then on page 11, in the right-hand column, we see at line 60 and 61, there's a conversation between you, Jan Pashali, and Clayton Fraser. And you say this: he ain't got a battery in his mouth, had he? No, I said to you, it's all good. He put the battery around his mouth and pretended to chew it up. And when I checked, it was all in the drain. He picked it up, put it round his face.
Sorry, I can't see any of that anymore.
I'm sorry, scroll down, please. He put the battery round his mouth and pretended to chew it up. And when I checked it, it was all in the drain. He picked it up, put it round his face, and chucked it all down the drain to look like he'd something at the toilet. Now, I want you to explain what you were saying there. He ain't got a battery in his mouth. I said to you, it's all good. He put the battery round his mouth and pretended to chew it up. What were you saying?
I believe he'd broken the battery and the liquid wet written inside, put it around his mouth, and there's a small drain in the room under the sink that he'd tried to disguise and hide parts of the battery in there,
Right.
to make it look like he'd eaten it.
Right. So it was a pretense. What he was doing was a bit of a pretense.
In my opinion, yeah.
Yeah. Well, as you see, it's the word you use, pretended. And when I checked it, it was all in the drain. He picked it up, put it round his face. What do you mean by put it round his face?
Like I just said, the contents of the battery round his mouth to make it look like he'd eaten it.
But not in it, but round his mouth.
Oh, well, yeah, all around his lips and mouth, from what I can remember.
And chucked it all down the drain to look like he'd something in the toilet. So by that point, whatever he had done was, as you put it, in your opinion, I think, as you said, a pretense. The physical part of the battery, is that what you're telling us down the drain? All of the physical part of the battery?
I couldn't see all of it.
No. And then on to page 12. Tully asks at line 14, how old is this guy? Pashali says it's kind of like he's fucking 3. So Pashali is talking about, like you had, behaving like a child. And then he uses the words, the battery, fucking newsflash, he won't stop. He's going to start shouting and screaming. And then you say at the top of 12 on the right-hand side, like a Duracell bunny fully charged. So were you picking up from Jan Pashali's comment that he's going to start shouting and screaming and he's not going to stop? Is that what you meant by that? He's
No.
going to carry on like a Duracell bunny?
No.
What did you mean?
It was a stupid comment about him having a battery inside him.
Having a...
Or a battery in his mouth.
I mean, the thing is, if we go back to page 11, I just want to be clear about this, Mr. Ring, because at line 66 and 67, you said he hasn't got a battery in his mouth. And those are the plain words from what you said. So, by that stage, it appears
He
that
said
what
he ain't
you
got a
would-
battery in his mouth, had he? That sounds
Yeah.
more like a question
Yeah,
to
well,
me.
but you're stating a fact. He ain't got a battery in his mouth, had he? It's all good. What does it's all good mean?
I think that was a question, but
Do you? He put the battery round his mouth, pretended to chew it up. So if we continue, to 15, so to the last page of this particular transcript. I didn't see it, forgive me, at the bottom of the left-hand side. Right at the bottom, Charlie Francis, did he, to the top of the next column, give the battery up? Tully, I didn't see it happen, but I believe he has done, yeah, because he's chatting away in there. Now, the detained man, 1527, has made statements about this, and if needs be, we can look at them. But his recollection when he made these statements, once to the police and once for the purposes of civil litigation, says the battery was removed from his mouth. Now, do you remember it being actually physically removed from his mouth at this point or any point?
no, I didn't say that at all.
If we go then to the next transcript as this incident develops, Chair, it's tab 27, transcript TRN 0000002.
Thank you.
And if we start on page 2, please. Joe Buss, top right, outside the room. If one looks at the video, he's an arse basically. He can't get what he wants. So there's the healthcare nurse expressing a view that in effect he's being manipulative. And Callum Tully asks at 77, line 77, what do you think the best way to deal with him is? It doesn't appear to get an answer. And then if we move on to page 4, let's just go back actually to page 3 at the bottom just to pick up what's going on here. The bottom of page 3, at line 84, Joe Buss says he's got water in there. No, he's just breaking it, that's all. So if he uses it on himself, and then to the next page, we'll have to go in afterwards. He'll be trying to get water into the light. So he's got water in there. Yeah, says Joe Buss, I don't really want to do a whatever. He couldn't have shattered the casing. Was he trying to smash the light in his room?
I don't recall. I don't know, I'm afraid.
Tully says he hasn't shattered it. And then on page 5, at line 35, Tully says, I'm not on this constant, yeah. Indeed, as the record shows, it was Clayton Fraser. And to the right-hand column, you say at line 53, well, it's up to you if you want to stand here too. Callum Tully having said, I can do you know I mean if you want me to be the it's all right at the top of the page. There's some more conversation. You say still breathing, nothing round his neck, I've checked. So pausing there at line 69, When you say still breathing, nothing round his neck, I've checked. What do you remember about that?
I don't, I'm afraid. There's big chunks missing out of that.
Sorry?
You've obviously just picked out select lines. There's big chunks of the conversation missing. I don't know what.
Well, if there is, this is the transcript, or the best transcript that's been provided. But do you think...
I would assume his door was still open. I don't know if you
Yeah.
got the footage, and that I'd been in and physically looked at him.
Yeah, but to see if he's got anything round his neck.
I'm guessing so from that, yeah.
And then you say, if he's sucking a battery, he's sucking a battery. So if he wants to use it as his dummy, fine, I'm okay with that. Do you want to watch him for a bit, Callum? So, pausing there, this is a conversation between you and Callum Tully at this point, and Yen Pashali was not present. But at this point, if he's sucking a battery, what did you mean by that?
If he had a battery in his mouth.
Yeah, but you didn't know he had one.
But you couldn't tell if
No.
he just had his mouth closed.
Well, certainly part of it you were telling us down the drain.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
we didn't know how much of it.
no, if anybody believed there was still a battery in his mouth, why was nothing done to remove it?
Because you can't remove anything from somebody's mouth.
So what, you might just allow him to swallow it, or don't talk to him about it, go and...
But as I said before, I personally believed, and it's clear some others believed he was acting quite childishly,
Yeah,
and I thought perhaps just sort of walking away and ignoring him, you're not going to use force on him unnecessarily.
yeah,
There's no written way. You don't put your fingers in someone's mouth, even if he did have something in his mouth. You can't take it out of his mouth.
and no point talking to him and saying if you have a battery or part of a battery in your
I believe
mouth.
he was already been spoken to at length.
By whom?
I don't know. So I wasn't there at the beginning, but there was obviously people in the room before I even got there, and he was under constant supervision.
So if he wants to use it as his dummy, fine. So you've got the sort of childlike idea again that he's a baby sucking on a dummy. And then you say you want to watch him for a bit, Callum. So that's you asking Tully to,
Take over the constant
Take
watch, I'm
over.
guessing.
at that point. But within seconds, literally, if we go to page 6, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop, mate. Don't do that. Give us a hand, guys, please. And then at line 68, on the right-hand side, Pashali, what's he doing? What's he doing? Don't do it, mate. Just don't. Stop, stop, stop. And then there's talk about locking down the wing. And then on page 7, at line 24, Tully is saying, I don't think he had anything in with him. I couldn't really see. I was just pulled in. Nathan just asked me to come in and have a look. Relax. 38-39, lines 38-39. Relax, says Pashali. And by this time, of course, we know that Pashali is straddling his head with his hands around his neck and says at the top of page 7, which is what the words were, you fucking piece of shit, because I'm going to put you to fucking sleep. Nothing about don't move or I don't want to put you to sleep, which is, of course, what he said to the police. But those weren't his words. Did you hear those words?
No, I wasn't present at the time.
If you had heard them, what would you have done about them?
If I'd heard them or knew there was an incident like that, I would have instantly rushed to attend.
To do what?
Obviously some sort of commotion to go and find out what was going on for a
Yeah.
start.
Well, if somebody is threatening somebody else to put them to sleep, who would have been the focal point of your attention? If you had heard those words, you fucking piece of shit, because I'm going to put you to fucking sleep, coming from an officer, not from a detainee, but from an officer towards a detainee, in the circumstances in which Pashali was using force on this detained man, what would you have done about it?
So I wasn't there. I don't know the circumstances
I
and
know
why
that.
that language was used or what happened. I wasn't there.
Mr. Ring, you're avoiding the question. You're a DCM, and I'm asking you if you had heard those words, what would you have done about it?
What, if I had been present?
If you had heard those words, which means clearly you would have been present to hear them, what I want to know is, as a DCM, what would you have done about them?
I would have had to find out why that was said.
And how would you have done that?
Speaking to them.
To whom?
Whoever had said it in the first place.
So if you had been present and heard Jan Pashali saying this, what would you have done? Would you have allowed him to continue the use of force, and when it was over then ask him?
It would completely depend on the circumstances.
You wouldn't have pulled him away?
Not if there was no other officers about.
Well,
As
there were
far
officers.
as I'm aware, there's only 3 or 4 in the room.
Yeah.
If it's
So-
not safe to do so, I couldn't pull him away.
Do you agree it sounds like a threat? I'm going to put you to fucking sleep.
So it depends on circumstances.
With the man's hands around the other man's neck. And so what, you allow that to continue if you had seen it or heard it? And then...
Well,
and then
I wasn't in that situation, I don't know.
no, so you're not prepared to tell us what you would have done?
I don't know in that situation, no.
Certainly Callum Tully didn't think it was all right, because we know he said, Jan, easy. Charlie Francis, did he swallow the battery? No, it's here. And I asked Jan Pashali yesterday about line 78, in his mouth where, because I think he agreed that it sounded like 2 different people were saying those words. One person said in his mouth, somebody else said where, and Staffer 5 said it's here, and Callum Tully said it's over there. In other words, the battery was never in his mouth at all, is what the evidence tends to show. And then on the next page, we have Charlie Francis, who says, right, you're going to stop being a tool now. You're going to stop being an idiot, yes or no, yes or no. And as we saw yesterday, the detainee complains about his neck because Jan Pashali is still holding his neck. Right, are you going to stop being a tool? Yes or no? My neck. You have something, my neck. And then at the top of page 8, on the right, Charlie Francis, right, we're going to release you, and then we will speak to healthcare. Do you understand? Can you put him on his side into the recovery position? Calm yourself down, calm yourself down. Now, do you agree or disagree that calling the detainee a tool and an idiot was inappropriate?
So it depends in the contact and the way they've been conversing with them before.
So you allow for the possibility that calling a detainee...
If he'd been down on E-Wing for considerable time and that's the way that officer and that detainee spoke to each other, it's the circumstances. How well they know that person.
Well, the
I don't know.
circumstances were Jan Pashali had his hands around the man's neck. And here is Charlie Francis calling him a tool and an idiot. Now, so you don't think it's appropriate, you don't think it's inappropriate, or you're not prepared to say?
I wasn't there in the circumstances.
And on page 9, at the bottom, at line 45 and 46, we're getting bored. At the top of page 9 on the right, we're getting bored with this now, says Charlie Francis. Are you a man or a mouse? Oi, oi, I'm talking to you. Come on, stop being a baby. So we're back to the child analogy. Did you hear any of this, Mr. Ring? Or
No,
had you gone
I'm
by?
not present for it. If I was present and I could tell that there was a use of force going on, I would have attended instantly. And by the sound, by the the amount of things being said, the amount of conversing between them, I would have heard. So I must have been off the wing.
So that we understand your position before I move on from this, then, Mr. Ring, the words you used that we saw a little earlier, you're prepared to accept that perhaps you ought not to have used them, but you used them in the circumstances where it was just a private conversation, which was all right.
Yeah.
Yeah? So it was just what? Bad humour, bad taste,
Yeah.
bants, whatever. And for the rest, in truth, for the rest, you're really not prepared to voice an opinion because you weren't there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the first part of the conversation you say was all in private. And so when you're talking about, in the first transcript that we saw, about sucking on batteries and all the rest of it, all of that is really, private, so it's all right.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. When he's a child, that he's sulking, that's all right because it's private. If we go back, please, to page 12 of this transcript, because you said it all being private sort of made it all right. If we look at line 35, do you see Detainee 3? This is transcript 2. Sorry. Transcript 2, we have a detainee who walks on the scene. Because the point you made earlier was there wasn't other people around because it was on E-wing, you see? But we have a Detainee 3 at line 35 in transcript 2. Yes?
Yes.
You see what I'm pointing at?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
if we
yeah.
go back to transcript 1, at page 12 to 13, let's start at 12. This is the time, do you remember when you were saying he's acting, Pashali was saying he was acting like he's 3. On page 12 you have Detainee 5 at the top of the page on the right, line 59. There's a Detainee 2 at line 87. And on 13, Detainee 2 is still around the area. I mean, the truth of the matter is, when you're having what you call private conversations, there are detainees walking around, aren't there?
Not that I was aware of.
No. But the risk is, isn't it, if you're having conversations like this with even what you regard as bad taste jokes, that other people are going to hear and get the
Was
wrong
this at
idea.
exactly the same time, was it?
This is the first transcript we looked at, and you said at the top of page 12, like a Duracell bunny fully charged. But I'm making a more general point here, Mr. Ring.
I understand what you're saying, but at this point, I was just wondering what the time difference was between me making the comments and if there was any detainees around at the time.
Well,
Because obviously it only takes a couple of minutes. It
Yeah.
would take 10 seconds to walk from one end of that unit to the other.
Yeah.
If you're talking about people being within earshot, I don't believe there was.
All right. Well, I'm not going to look at the footage in order to establish what the timing was, but I'm trying to make a general point that there was always a risk when, even if you thought you were making a funny to a fellow colleague or something that could be regarded as offensive or derogatory, that it could be heard by somebody else who you hadn't intended to hear it.
There could have been, but at that time I don't believe there
You
was,
don't
no.
think so? All right. I mean, this kind of language, and I think you agree. We're obviously looking at just one incident which Callum Tully managed to capture and record. Do you think this kind of thing was normal at Brookhouse? That kind of language, was it normal
What sort
and
of language
everyday
are you referring
occurrence?
to?
Well, the joking.
Joking.
And calling
For some people, yeah.
for
I
you.
mean, like I mentioned in my statement, it's the sort of things you see day in, day out. It was sort of my way of coping with certain things,
Yeah.
whether it's not to everybody's taste.
Well, did you think people were desensitised to what they experienced?
To a certain extent,
and
yeah.
yourself, desensitised to what you had to work with.
I think if you were there every day seeing the things we saw and having to deal with it, if you couldn't desensitise to a certain extent, it would probably have a effect on your mental health, yeah.
Well, do you think it had a dehumanising effect on you? In other words, the way that you viewed detainees,
No, not dehumanised, no.
or disrespectful of them?
No,
You don't think that?
no. I think, like I said before, I treat everyone individually. I treat people as they treat me.
You'll remember G4S came to the conclusion, and we can look at their report if needs be, that the language was inappropriate and unprofessional. Are you prepared to accept that?
The language I used at parts, yes.
And you agree it wasn't isolated, it's something you accept in your second witness statement, that these were not the only instances of the use by you of derogatory language. And if we take up, for example, a transcript of the 1st of June, Chair tab 30, TRN 0000088. Let's look at page 4. And of course, all of these things, Mr. Ring, are a matter of degree. But on page 4, we have you referring to somebody at line 52 who looks like a lesbian. Yeah? On the
Yeah.
next page, page 5, at line 65, somebody asked you closing ACD people off? No, it's that Muppet from 107 saying stupid things. And so these are just two maybe minor examples, but nonetheless examples of the sort of normalisation of language. And then on the same page, fuck him, he's a childish prick. Do you see?
Yep.
While we're on this transcript, can I ask you about something that appears on the next page, page 6, at line 80? The context is Tully's asking you, what is the little boy saying now? You're closing it. No, why not? And your response at line 80 is, I wasn't supposed to be doing this. Darren has fucking written it, that the geezer is going to hurt himself. Don't fucking write it in the document. And you laugh. Any idea what that's about? What you were advising not to write in a document?
I haven't advised anybody not to write something in a document.
Well, it does say don't fucking write it in the document, doesn't
It's
it?
a conversation about someone else. I'm not advising a certain individual not to write something in a document. I believe it was a comment about writing something in the document that he'd heard from someone, not directly from the individual himself.
Yeah.
So it's writing something in second person rather than factual information. But like you see, I also go on to carry on following out the ACDT procedure and completing the review and speaking to the gentleman.
So you were just having a conversation about somebody else, but this wasn't your instruction to
That's
anyone
not
in
not an
particular?
instruction to someone not to write in the document, no. Because I believe that was that's what opened the ACDT, and the process was followed. That's not instructing someone.
Can I touch on then something else for a different reason? Can we put up on screen, please. Share tab 10 for you. CJS 005651. I want to ask you about a use of force on another detained man on the 27th of May, D1914. And if we go to page 10 of this document, you weren't involved directly in the use of force, but if we look down the document, if we scroll down, you'll see the camera operator for this intervention is Steve Lowson's name is crossed through, and yours is put it in handwriting. You were asked about this, and if you want to refresh your memory from your witness statement, go to your second witness statement at paragraph 47. If we were to look at page 35 of this use of force report, Steve Lawton did sign the report of detainee injury, as we can see on that page on the same date. So he took some part in the use of force. Any idea why you were asked to come in and use, it was a handheld camera, if we were to look at the CCTV, but I'm going to resist doing that. But we will see you using a handheld camera.
Yes, I've seen the footage, yeah.
Yeah. So, can you remember now why, if he was involved in part of this intervention, you would have been asked to hold the camera? How did that work?
I don't know.
Did you say a little earlier that that was something that the Oscar II was asked to do from time to time?
Yes.
Yeah.
It
So
could
this
have
would be one of
It
those...
didn't have to be the Oscar II.
No.
Generally, a lot of the planned use of forces would be done during, not in association time, so during lockdown. Maybe after lockdown, when everyone else has gone home, you've got less staff. So the two managers, Oscar 1, Oscar 2, one would be running it and two would be on the camera.
At your paragraph 48, you were asked if you had any comment in relation to the actual use of force. To you, it appeared to be well planned and well executed, with D1914 being treated respectfully by the officers involved, and the minimum amount of force applied to carry out the Home Office's directions, with healthcare present to monitor any health risk to the detained man. Can I just ask you this? We're going to hear from John Collier, who's an expert on use of force, and we have his report. I don't need to put it up on screen. I hope you will have seen it. For the record, it's INQ 00011 at pages 29 to 33. But one of the things he says, and I just want your view about it, if you're able to give one, was he says, in his opinion, and the reason for this, my opinion, and the reason for this incident being of high concern, which is what he described it as, is that D1914 did not offer a level of threat to staff that justified their actions. If a full assessment had taken place prior to the intervention, I wouldn't have expected to see them in full PPE. The force used was not necessary, and more time should have been taken to try and persuade compliance with the instruction to move. I'm even more concerned at the lack of consideration for the condition of D1914, who appeared unwell and unlikely to present a safety risk towards staff. Now, you said it was, or appeared to you to be, well planned and well executed, and you've heard what Mr. Collier says. Do you have any comment to make about that?
Only on the use of PPE. With a planned use of force, you were in full PPE. There was no half or not. There was never a planned use of force where you weren't in PPE. So it was always full PPE. There's no half measures.
So that was a standard?
Yeah.
If it was planned, everybody got kitted up apart from the DCM?
Yeah.
All right.
A team of at least 3-4 officers would be fully kitted.
And do you want to say anything about his view that he was concerned at the lack of consideration for the man's physical condition?
That would be down to healthcare. I couldn't comment on that.
Let's move on then to something else, please. When Callum Tully gave evidence to the inquiry last year, and we can look, if needs be, at the transcript of his evidence. We're not going to try and avoid it. Let me read to you what he said. On the 31st of May 2017, I reported a food refusal to DCM Nathan Ring whilst covering a break on B-Wing. A detainee whose name I can't now recall had told me that he was refusing food, apparently because he hadn't been transferred. I reported this to DCM Ring, who told me to cross him off, in other words, record that the detainee had eaten. DCM Ring then referred to the detainee in disparaging terms and told me that he was aware the detainee had said he was not going to eat unless he was transferred. The detainee's name should not have been crossed off because he hadn't eaten. This was the mechanism for monitoring whether detainees were eating, and so no record was being made of his food refusal. So that's the background. You've already mentioned this incident a little earlier, do you remember?
Yeah.
Let's just look at the transcript, please. It's tab 29 for you, Chair, TRN 0000079 at page 7. And if we look on this page, we have Callum Tully saying, I'll wait till 107. What does 107 refer to? We've already seen that when you refer to
The
somebody.
room number the gentleman was in.
Of which wing?
B wing, I believe.
Right. I'll wait till 107. He's not eaten, and although it says so, it should be because they won't transfer him. Who, you ask, 107, oh fucking, I'll fucking cross him off, the prick. And the transcript is wrong, according to Tully's evidence. He said it should read, oh fucking cross him off, the prick. And Tully says because he's refusing, well, don't worry about him. Shall I cross him off? Says Tully, yeah, penis. And then you say, spat his dummy out. I mean, not the first time you've used the word dummy, as we saw a little earlier in relation to the 25th of April. He said, what's happening, told him to wait, and he just said, well, I'm not going to eat if you won't tell me what's happening. Okay, see you later, penis. Tully, I said to him, do you want to eat or not? And you say he's here on something inaudible is said by you both. Did you get any soup, Nate? And you say, I just chucked another bowl at him. What a needy fucker he is. And Tully says, I tried going to the shop for him the other day, E-Wing. He gets out there and walks about. He's got crutches. And here, according to Callum Tully, when you get to the point talking about chucked another bowl at him, apparently, as I understood him, you were talking about another detainee altogether. So that's the first part of it. And then if we go, please, to the next page, page 8, which is another clip. We have you saying, this fucker here in the white T-shirt, grey jeans, Tully, he's the one that said to me, he said he's not going to eat until he gets to do transfers. I said to him, how are you going to get transferred? You, yesterday, so we picked him up this morning. I want to make inquiries. I want to see the Home Office. You've been here a couple of days. They will see you in the next couple of days if you want to see them. Then you have to apply. Then they will give you an appointment. You can't book an appointment. And then we have Tully saying they're not going to know, are they, that he is I think he told us that the words "is not" are wrong, and I'm struggling to read my own handwriting of what he substituted, but it was something other than "is not." And he said, keep knocking his name off. No one is going to know anyway. And the final line, or the final substantive line here at line 229, although it reads, nobody will then care, Tully, having listened to this, said, it's don't know, I don't care, is what you said. Now, he said in between lines 225 and 226, the pair of you had changed location, so that there was a bit of a pause between two parts of this short transcript which aren't apparent on the page. Now, do you recall any of this?
Yeah, parts of it.
And this is the incident, is it, that you were talking about a little earlier when you told us that this was somebody you'd been dealing with, and because what he had been eating, you were satisfied he had been eating or buying food from the shop, you had no concerns, and that's why you told Tully to cross him off.
He had been eating, he had lots of food in his room, I think, from the shop.
Yeah.
I'd been dealing with that gentleman for quite a bit of time, helping him out, going to the Home Office, trying to help him. He wanted more and more. He's asked me to do things I couldn't do, which I can't particularly remember off the top of my head. And like I say there, I'm saying it to Callum, it's what I'd already explained to the gentleman. Because he hasn't been there long, he will be seen by the Home Office. And if he's applied again, that he's just got to wait for the appointment.
Yeah.
And it was out of that frustration that I tried to help him, and yet he's still making comments like that.
Yeah.
Callum knew how frustrated I was with the gentleman. That's why he approached me and started asking the questions.
Which is why you say fucking cross him off, the prick. You call him a penis twice on the page before, spat his dummy out, so again a reference to him acting in a childlike way. Somebody else was a needy fucker. And then on the page we're looking at, when Tully was saying, in respect of him or somebody else, keep knocking his name off, no one's going to know anyway. According to Tully at line 229, you're saying don't know, don't care. It doesn't sound very good, does it, Mr. Ring?
It doesn't the way that's written, no.
No.
But as I pointed out before, if Callum was doing the meal list, it was down to him to go and report any food and fluid refusers or people that hadn't eaten. It wasn't down to me to say what to do. If he had any concern or he knew that someone hadn't eaten,
Yeah.
it was down to him to go and fill out the food and refusal log. Those comments I've obviously made to him purely out of frustration, but me saying that to him would have had no impact whatsoever on whether he did his job correctly and filled out the log in the office.
So it's his fault, not yours.
If the log wasn't completed correctly, that would have been Callum's responsibility.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we have a copy of that. I've not seen one.
And you deal with this at pages 12 and 13 of your second witness statement. We don't have to look through it all, but from paragraphs 52 to 58, you state your case, as it were, about all of this in lengthier terms to what you've said in your evidence. What you do say is that if he had concerns, he ought to have opened an ACDT, and you also add at your paragraph 55, he was simply, according to what he said, he was simply acting as envisaged by the BBC protocol. Have you got this paragraph in front of you, Mr. Ring?
Which paragraph, sorry?
It's page 12,
Yep.
paragraph 55.
Yep.
If I had any concern about the welfare of a detainee, then I'm certain I would have opened an ACDT, and if Callum Tully had any such concerns about a detainee, then he ought to have opened an ACDT as well. I understand that in his oral evidence on the 30th of November, Mr. Tully says that in acting upon my instructions across the detainee office having eaten, he was simply acting as envisaged by the BBC protocol. And you refer to that again at paragraph 56. And you say at 57, further in his evidence, on the 30th of November, Mr. Tully says, I didn't record detainees' food refusals because I took pleasure in the suffering of detainees and that I got a kick from it. Nothing could be further from the truth. I absolutely refute the allegation. Mr. Tully has portrayed many of the former G4S employees as monsters, but overwhelmingly DCOs and DCMs try to get on with and help detain people, and that's abundantly evident from other aspects of the evidence which the inquiry has amassed. The Home Office's findings of my conduct on the 24th of April being one example discussed elsewhere in this statement, and that's the PSU report which I've already referred to. So what you're saying is, first of all, despite what we see on the transcript, if Tully had any concerns, he should have done something about it. Secondly, the portrayal by him of yourself and others in the programme, and indeed what he says about you in particular, gaining pleasure, is all completely wrong and misconceived. And in any event, you point to that example in the PSU investigation report of your conduct on the 24th of April as showing a different side to Nathan Bring. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying?
Well, yeah, the few minutes that Callum captured of me on camera aren't really what the hours and hours of ACDT documents and things like that would show if you went back through the history, no.
I mean, you accept, don't you, that food refusal was an important issue?
I do, yes. But as I'm sure you're aware, absolutely anybody could open an ACDT if they had any concerns at all.
Yes, they could. You're right about that. But it was an important issue because it could indicate that somebody was mentally unwell if they were refusing food.
If they were refusing, yeah.
And if that person's food refusal was knocked off the list day after day after day, that person could be going without food and nobody would be the wiser.
They could, but that never happened as far as I'm aware.
Let me ask you now, please, about the 14th of June and the spice attack involving D1275. This is the detainee who had an overdose of spice and then was removed to his room from the courtyard. Do you remember that?
I wasn't there for the courtyard bit, but yeah, after he was back in his room, yeah.
Yeah, and did you know anything about that particular detainee, that he was vulnerable?
I had spoken to him several times before about him having issues with spice and things, and spoken at him at length about what the damage he was doing to himself, yeah.
So if we go to tab 32, the transcript is TRN 0000092 at page 34. In actual fact, let me start a little later. Please, page 37 to begin with, sorry. But it starts at page 34, and this is part of the key footage. We have Derek Murphy, and I just want to ask you about this for a moment. At line 1097, so we need to scroll up, saying, I've no fucking sim, look at the state of that, look, imagine bringing that home to your mother. Any views about that kind of thing?
I don't believe I was there, I don't know.
No, but I'm asking you if you have any views about that kind of thing, that kind of language.
Which language in particular?
The one I just read out to you.
I don't know which bit you're referring to.
I've no fucking sim. Look at the state of that.
Right.
Look, imagine bringing that home to your mother. Any views about that?
No.
No?
No.
Don't want to say anything about it?
No.
No? And then when we turn, please, to through 38 to page 39, you're present towards the bottom of the page, and by this time, if my memory is right, he's been removed from the courtyard to a room. I don't think you were in the courtyard, as you just said. And on page 39, please, at line 1194 at the bottom, does your face taste nice because you appear to be chewing it off? Why'd you say that?
Because I say the gentleman was very high on spice, and it's a common terminology for somebody who was gurning and chewing.
And your point is? I mean, you were mocking him, weren't you?
I was very frustrated with him. Not mocking him, no. That's a term of phrase to describe what he was doing.
Well, it's mocking, isn't it, Mr. Ring?
I don't believe so, no.
You don't think so?
No.
It was just a few words born of frustration.
Yes, as well as the others, which I'm sure you'll show shortly.
And chewing your face off or chewing it off is just a term of art to mean that you're high on spice.
That you're gurning, yeah, it's a facial expression.
Yeah. On the next page, page 40, and you weren't present for this, but I want to ask you about this as well. At 12:31, Derek Murphy, I've no sympathy for them, absolutely no sympathy for them at all. If he dies, he dies. Any views about that, Mr. Ring?
As you say, I wasn't present. I have no idea what the conversation's about, so I couldn't comment on that.
Well, the conversation is about this individual.
Well, I don't know that. I don't know what the conversation is.
Well,
I wasn't there.
I've no sympathy for them, absolutely no sympathy for them at all. If he dies, he dies. Have you ever heard anybody else saying if he dies, he dies?
Have I ever heard anybody else?
Anybody else? Any of your other colleagues using that kind of phraseology, if he dies, he dies?
Not to my recollection.
No? I mean, we know that there are other examples of it, but you'd never heard it before.
Not to my recollection, no.
If we carry on all the way to page 45, please. At line 1442, the detainee says something which is inaudible. Your response, how do you pronounce that? And clearly he says something and you respond knob. And then we'll stick with div. How do you explain that, Mr. Ring?
I think I was asking him how to, or somebody asked him how he pronounced his surname.
Yeah.
We're trying to get his details.
Yeah. So you end up with knob and div.
Right, I said, yeah, we'll stick with div.
Yeah.
Out of frustration, yeah.
Frustration, justifiable?
Frustration for myself.
You think it's justifiable?
I do. I, for want of a better word, yeah, I thought he was an idiot. I thought he was being stupid. Judging on the conversations I'd had with him previously several times about the damage he was doing to himself and the fact it had made him that unwell, I'll just put it on there. Whether I'll call him an idiot, a div, yeah. I would put this along the lines of going out with friends and one of them has a bit too much to drink. How you would deal with that sort of individual.
Yeah. The trouble is, Mr. Ring, he wasn't your mate.
No, but it was someone I conversed with and thought I had a bit of a rapport with.
Yeah, he was in your care.
Yeah.
Wasn't he? So he's not your mate. You're not socialising with him, and even if you have a rapport, he was in a position to hear what you'd said.
I don't believe he was, no.
Well, he was physically present, wasn't he?
He was present, but there's no way he understood what I said.
So that makes it all right?
No, because it was more of a comment to the others. Say again, the officers that were there, not directly at him.
You're not setting a great example to those around you, are you? Do you think?
Myself and the other manager that was there.
Do you think you were setting a good example?
Probably not with those comments, no.
No.
But as I say, in the context and the rapport I had with him, I didn't see an issue.
Right. Well, let's get to the next page, 46. Because here, if we remember the footage, he's on his bed singing. And there's a nurse there and somebody called Hayley. And nurse 1 says, put your arm down for me, I need to check, so healthcare is there. You say, hurry up and get to the chorus, I know that bit. And Hayley says, I wonder if he knows the dance to whatever it is, some lyric. Is there any more? Is that it? Encore. And then she talks about never forgetting you having said, do you take requests? She says, I'll never forget the detainee singing Barbie Girl over karaoke. And then at line 1478, stay still you div. And at line 1482, scrotum. Around you are other people, Hayley, a nurse. You're in the room with the detained man, and you're joking about the fact that he's singing. But over and above that, stay still you div, and you call him a scrotum. Did you think those words were justified in those circumstances? This was a medical emergency, wasn't it?
It states you did that was because the healthcare were trying to help him, I believe.
Yeah, it was a medical emergency. Do you think those words were justified in those circumstances?
I'd say I purely said them out of frustration.
And then towards the bottom of the page, line 1501, I'll get him cold water, that will sort his heart out, that will do it the world of good. What did you mean by that?
I'd had a previous conversation talking about how cold water can stop you from sort of passing out and things like that, and how it affects your heart rate. So that was just another silly joke comment, really.
Right, and then the top of page 47, just let me ask you about this. I can clear this one up one way or the other. At line 1512, the way it's been transcribed and heard by the transcriber is Jules Hairy Ballsack. Does that have anything to do with Jules William, or is it a mistranscription?
No. So I saw this footage yesterday. What it is it's another officer that it was a bit of an in-joke. A lot of us called each other Jules, and it was joking with the other officer that turned up.
Why were you calling each other Jules?
It was just an in-joke once. I believe someone spoke to Jules once and their voice broke or said it funny, or I don't know. It was a silly joke, really.
So the
Just
Hairy
an
Ballsack,
in-joke.
the Hairy Ballsack was another officer?
Yes, it was to the officer that arrived, yeah. But that's quite clear, I think, on the footage.
And then at the top of 48, what's he doing now? Says Callum Tully, probably gurning, checking out the inside of his skull. His eyes are rolling around. What was that, a joke? Born of frustration? Mocking? Banter? What do you think?
So I think that was outside of the room, just me and Callum, but I think just a joke, I think.
I mean, you said in your witness statement, or you referred to, much of this is facetious. Is that what you think it was? Just facetious comments?
Just a couple of silly comments, yeah.
Yeah. But in the circumstances, if I've understood you correctly, justified?
From my frustration, yeah. So I don't think any of this hindered him getting the care he needed at the time.
No, you say that in your witness statement, but you also say you don't accept that you had been particularly offensive towards the detainee, nor did you accept, as you've just said, that your actions in any way compromised or acted to the detriment of the level of care D1275 was receiving, particularly from the healthcare staff. Is that right?
Yep.
But you don't think anything you did was undermining of the detainee?
Not directed at him,
No.
no.
And so, as far as you're concerned, it had no impact on others around you or the treatment that he was receiving?
No.
There's one more incident that I'm going to quickly touch on because it's the day after this and relates to another detainee who was overdosing on spice D149 on the 15th of June. Can we take this transcript down, please, Chair? Divider 33 for you. It's a video diary of Callum Tully of the same date, the 15th of June, TRN 0000069. At page 5. And at the bottom, so this detainee, it's the third detainee I've seen on Spice, admitted into E-Wing to be monitored. I continue going down the corridor back towards the library. When I get back, healthcare have arrived and they're seeing to him, and the usual jokes, the usual smears from the managers and the officers can be heard. Only you notice healthcare aren't actually laughing this time. They know, they're aware that something quite serious is happening. This detainee, he's coming in and out of consciousness, heart rate going through the roof, and then it's plummeting dramatically. He's not in any good way at all. And it's probably one of the worst spice attacks I've seen in the whole 2 years I've been there. He was fitting, having seizures, frothing at the mouth, he was being sick. Every possible reaction you can have to spice, it appeared that he was having. And it wasn't a pretty sight, and it was really sad to see. This guy from Kosovo, he's a challenging individual who really is, but it just breaks your heart when you see someone like that because he was just a mess. An absolute mess. I can't understand why people want to do this to themselves. And it got so bad that the healthcare said we need to call an ambulance. And an ambulance was called and they injected him with some stuff, and there was all this effort. Big crowd of people watching. The resources it took to see to this guy who was not in a good way, it was incredible. And in the end, the paramedics who arrived, they injected him with some sort of thing. They got the defibrillator out. I'm not sure if they used that on him. Took him away in a stretcher and he got on the ambulance and then went off on an emergency escort to hospital. It was shocking, really shocking, and I genuinely believe that staff thought this guy might die, he might die, and they were having this conversation. One of the managers, Michelle, and a couple of the nurses, whilst they were seeing to this detainee, were saying it's only a matter of time before someone is taken out in a body bag because of their reaction to spice. And I said to the nurse, do you really think someone's going to die here? And she said it's only a matter of time before someone dies. And that can't happen. That can't happen. Things need to change before someone in that place dies. And he was asked what sorts of jokes were staff cracking. And at the top of the next page, oh God, no, I can't remember. Let me ask you just a couple of things, please, about this. Mr. Ring, if we go to the transcript for that incident, TRN 0000093 at page 9, Chair, tab 34. Page 9. And at line 258, we have Tully saying this man needs to be seen. D149 is kneeling on the floor with two medical staff holding him, so this is a description. The man is moaning, appears to have vomited. And the female member of staff says, let it run its course. and he's clearly screaming and moaning. And then the incident continues, and then at the bottom of the page we have you at line 288 saying, so you've got this one, and you've got D149 throwing his ring up in the corridor. What does that turn of phrase mean?
Vomiting violently.
And then at page 17, and this is, I expect, what Callum Tully had been referring to on line 623, it's only when one gets carried out in a body bag they're going to learn. At line 623, 625, do you think one will? 631, do you think someone will die here soon? It's a matter of time, isn't it? It's only a matter of time. Do you think it was a miracle, Mr. Ring, that nobody died at Brookhouse?
Probably yes. We were always told about other centres or prisons that G4S were running where individuals had passed away from spice. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this was clearly a medical emergency, wasn't it?
Well, I don't know the specific stats of each individual. The fact the nurse has said let it run its course, she's obviously not that concerned about that individual. But I believe at this point in time there's numerous people, which would go back to what I said earlier on about guinea pigs, numerous people dropping like flies all over the centre with very similar side effects from the spice.
Well, if this individual had to be taken off in an ambulance to hospital, that rather does suggest it was.
Yes, that's the first one, so I was referring to the other one.
Well, I think what you're saying
I wasn't present for the first one, I was referring to the one that I'm obviously near to.
Yeah, there are two individuals, I think, being discussed here, but whichever was the Kosovan, he had to go off to hospital, and I think we can all agree that that sounds very much like a medical emergency at the extreme end. One last document for you then, please, Mr. Ring. Chair, for you, it is tab 12, CJS 0073672. This is an email from Stephen Cotter on the 13th of September of 2017 to somebody called Peter Small, and it is regarding you. Do you know who Stephen Cotter was?
No.
Or Peter Small?
No.
Pete spoke to Michelle, in brackets informally. In 2013, she moved over to Tinsley House as residential manager. She identified 4 or 5 of the DCMs needed performance management, and Nathan Ring was one of them. Why Nathan R? ? DCOs were raising concerns about him, about management of staff and rosters. Now, is this something you remember?
I'm not aware of this. I've not seen this.
You should have seen this. It should have been in your workspace on egress, and it's certainly in the evidence proposal. Well, let's work through it. Mr. Ring, does the content of it indicate anything that you recognise about concerns being raised about your management of staff and rosters?
Not that I recall.
No. Her view, that's Michelle, her view of Nathan Ring at the time was that he was lazy and easily influenced by his established shift partner. The name is given as Tony, but we know it's Jan.
No, it's not.
Pashali.
That's not, sorry.
What, somebody else, is it?
No, shift partner, I'm trying to think of his... it was Anthony, but it's an Italian gentleman. That's not Jan. This is about my time at Tinsley House, long before...
This has got nothing to do...
My time at Brookhouse, but nothing to do with Jan. Pagnani, sorry. Anthony Pagnani.
So whoever's written this email has mixed up 2 people.
Yes.
Tony Pagnani and Jan Pashali.
This would have been at Tinsley back when I first went down there.
Did you ever work with Pashali then, or not?
Pashali, only really if I was down on E-Wing, where he was based, to do ACDT reviews and things like that.
I mean, were you ever friendly with him, Jan Pashali?
With Jan, only to talk to about common interests like the gym and things like that. I say,
Yeah.
whilst being down on E-Wing.
Right. So whoever wrote this email, and it looks as if it's Stephen Cotter, has mixed up two people, and it's
Yes.
to do with Tinsley House, not.
Yeah, and this would have been when I first went down to Tinsley House back in 2012, I think you said it was. So this is years before the relevant period of the
Right.
inquiry.
And the email continues. She took the DCMs through the training, procedural stuff, and management of staff. Was there any concerns re the treatment of detainees at this time? Regarding Nathan Ring, no. Of the DCM's performance managed, some of them left and Nathan Ring moved to Brookhouse and improved. Michelle managed Nathan Ring for a second time. This was at Brookhouse between June 2016 and May 2017, and she had no concerns with his conduct. He had improved since she last managed him at Tinsley House. No absences, never late. He was one of the consistent good managers for her. Were you especially disappointed with him when you watched the programme? Yes, devastated and appalled. I understand his personality. Just scroll up a bit, please. Is he liked by his peers and colleagues? Yes. Am I surprised by some of his comments? No. He socialises with a lot of the managers, but that language shouldn't be used. As Jerry said on a radio interview, and I imagine that must refer to the director, Jerry Petherick, not everyone is appropriate 100% of the time, but it is concerning as Nathan Ring is a manager. Staff complained about Nathan Ward. He was investigated and one grievance was substantiated against him. Now, Michelle, whose information this is, do you recognise that, Michelle?
Michelle Brown, yeah.
Yeah. And if it's Michelle who was unsurprised by your comments, albeit she was disappointed as well as devastated and appalled, but understood your personality, does that concern you?
Well, I would have thought it would something she would have brought up with me if she had an issue with it, being a senior manager.
Well, if
And
she'd
I was
heard
one of the
it,
individuals she actually picked to go down to Tinsley House with her
yeah.
when she was newly appointed. And from this and wanting to performance manager thing, I'm guessing would just be her trying to put a stamp on her new authority and her new position.
Yeah. But if this is the information that she gave Mr. Cotter, and she's asked the question, were you especially disappointed with him when you watched the programme? Yes, devastated and appalled. I understand his personality. She said you were liked, but she wasn't surprised by some of your comments. Does the fact that she was devastated and appalled concern you at all?
No.
No. Which that's all I'm going to ask Mr. Ring. So if you have any questions.
I do have a few follow-up questions, Mr. Ring. Could you describe for us what you remember the battery looking like you told us that you saw parts of it at the drain at the base of the sink on the 25th
Yep.
of April. Can you describe what kind of battery it was?
Would have been from one of the old, very simple Nokia phones, so about 3 or 4 millimetres thick, almost like a rectangle sort of shape.
Okay, thank you. You also mentioned that you were not allowed to, that you weren't able to remove something from detainees' mouth if they placed something in their mouth. Were you told that in training? Can you tell us a bit more about that?
There's no procedure, as it were, no written procedure on how to do that.
So,
If you don't get something out of somebody's mouth, you're not going to put your fingers in someone's mouth.
what was your understanding of what you should do in those circumstances?
So it purely depends. We've had it before when people have razor blades and things in their mouth. There's nothing you can do about it.
Would you have spoken to healthcare? Would you have called a manager?
So
What
at
was
the time,
your-
that gentleman was already on a constant sick, so he was being monitored.
Okay, thank
You wouldn't generally have someone walking around with something like that in their mouth.
Okay, thank you. You also mentioned coping mechanisms in the context of Mr. Altman's questions around use of language. Do you recall conversations about other coping mechanisms that were in place? Did you have mentoring conversations with managers? Did you talk about some of the things that you were exposed to during your work?
So not really. I can't talk for anyone. Purely for mine was humour. Things like, although obviously sometimes it was misplaced and things, but that was my way. If I would, a lot of the things I saw and had to deal with, I wouldn't be taking home to my wife and the kids. That's just me.
Did you talk to anybody about that at work?
Not particularly. I don't think. No one did really.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
They're all the questions I have, Mr. Ring. Thank you for giving your evidence. I know it's not an easy experience, but it's been important to hear it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, that's it for today. We are back on Monday, I think, at 10 o'clock, when we should be hearing from Clayton Fraser and someone or some other people. I can't remember who else we've got coming, but certainly Clayton Fraser. Thank you. Mr. Goodman reminds me, Daniel Small, apparently.
Thank you. I will see you on Monday at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ring.